Payag na po ako, Mr. President, walang overpricing, pero may fraud, waste, and abuse. End quote. Further, as a citizen of the Republic of the Philippines and elected lawmaker of Congress and chairman of the House Blue Ribbon Committee, I am independent from all politics. I am for the people. I am pro-Filipino. Hindi po ako pro o anti-government. This is the essence of Philippine democracy, where all sides are allowed to speak. And in doing so, we will only speak on the topic at hand. Hindi naman namin kayo liligaw. Because if public officials do that, then they obviously have a political agenda. Iba po ang storya sa Senado. In the Senate, a total of 7 hearings have been held by the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee on this. More than 50 hours have been spent on the same subject. Paikot-ikot na lang po ang usapan. Worse, the topic has reached even the issue of drugs, something that clearly is not related to the issue at hand. If there is something obvious about our president, it is his strong stand against drugs. And I personally took offense on allegations associating our commander-in-chief with drugs. We all know very well that what is happening at the Senate is what usually is done before the next presidential elections. And I dare say that in the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee hearings, we see and hear at least 4 potential presidential or vice presidential candidates who savor every minute they can get from free TV coverage and publicity. Tulad nga ng sabi nila, ito po ay nagiging aid of election, not in aid of legislation. We have seen this before. The Senate Blue Ribbon Committee holds highly publicized hearing 6 to 8 months before the presidential elections. It is like clockwork to topple the frontliner in the next elections. In 2010, Senator Manny Villar was the frontliner, and they did this hearing with the alleged double insertion of the C5 extension. Then again in 2016, the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee also did this to former Vice President Jojo Binay for his alleged asyenda in Batangas. Now, they are doing it again with the alleged overpriced equipment purchased for Mali Pharmaceutical. Nadinig na po natin ang istorya na to. Let us not waste the Filipino people's time. Let us not distract our cabinet officials from the true task at hand, and that is to continue fighting the virus. Let us not waste taxpayers' money by holding more hearings. Let us not make use of these hearings to further political ambition. Let us finish the discussions as soon as we have clarity on the subject. As chairman of the Blue Ribbon Committee, let me announce that this committee shall lead by example and finish this matter by today or the latest Friday, even if it means extending until nighttime. Wala pong pahinga para lang tapusin ito. And when it is clear that corruption was present or not present, the House Blue Ribbon Committee shall rest its case and end the hearing. Wala nang paligoy-ligoy na. On that note, let us begin today's hearing. Let us be all reminded to remain on topic at hand so we can proceed and focus on our real job, and that is to find and implement ways to defeat COVID-19. Thank you very much and magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Comsec, may I get the list of those present now whom you invited?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From the Commission on Audit, we have the OIC Supervising Auditor Teresa C. Ronquillo. From the Department of Health, we have the Secretary, Francisco Duque III, and he is joined by DOH Undersecretary Maria Carolina Vidal Taino, DOH Undersecretary Leopoldo Vega, Undersecretary Mirna Cabotaje, Assistant Secretary Nestor Santiago. We also have the Director for DOH Procurement Services, Attorney Paul Gimbarda, and DOH PC PSCMT, Ms. Jo De Vera. They are also joined by the Director General for FDA, Eric Domingo. From DBM, the OIC Undersecretary Tina Rose Marie Elcanda is already in Zoom. He is joined by the Director for Administrative and Finance Group of the Procurement Service, Ms. Christine Marie Suntay. Also present are Mr. Mervin Tangkintik, Attorney Lloyd Christopher Lau, and Mr. Jorge Mendoza. From the National Task Force, we have with us today the Chief Implementer and Vaccine Czar, Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr., and he is joined by the NTF Director Carissa Cruz. Also, from the Office of the Ombudsman, Deputy Ombudsman, Attorney Warren Rex Leong. From the Bureau of Customs, we are joined by the Commissioner Ray Leonardo B. Guerrero. From the BIR, we have Commissioner Cesar Dulay. And from the DTI, we are joined by the Assistant Secretary for Consumer Protection Group, Anne Claire Cabuchan. From the EMS, we have the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Ferdinand Ferrer. From Pharmaceutical Corporation, we have the President, Mr. Huang Chu Yen, and the Director, Mr. Lincoln Ong, and also Ms. Chrisle Grace Mago. We are also with us today, Mr. Michael Yang, Your Honor.
Thank you, Comsec. May I remind those resource persons who took their oath during the previous hearing that you are under the same oath. For those attending today, may I ask the committee secretary to administer the oath to the resource persons appearing for the first time in this inquiry, like Mr. Michael Yang. Comsec.
May I ask the resource person appearing for the first time today, in the name of Mr. Mervin Tangkintik, Mr. Jorge Mendoza, also from the Pharmaceutical Corporation, Ms. Chrisley Mago, also Mr. Michael Yang, and from the DTI, Assistant Secretary Anne Claire Cabuchan, to please raise their right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these congressional inquiries to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Comsec. Before the interpellations begin, I'd like to ask a few questions to the present head of the DBMPS. Are you here, sir? The present incumbent.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Director Jolas Brutas from PSDBM, the Director for Operations Group. Unfortunately, the current Executive Director, Jason Merwayan, cannot attend this hearing.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to first acknowledge the presence of our Senior Vice Chair, Jesus Boying Remulla, and our Vice Chair, JJ Suarez, who are here now. Sir, can we request for the documents of all the biddings, or not biddings pala, all the procurement documents of the 41 billion transferred to DBMPS from the DOH by Friday? Before Friday, Thursday, can you submit it to the Secretariat, Sir Jonas?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will comply.
Director Jonas, nandun ba kayo sa Senate nung Friday, last week, hearing?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Narinig nyo ba yung sinabi
Yes,
ni Chairman ng Blue Ribbon na payag na siya na walang overpricing basta merong fraud and waste and abuse?
I believe that's correct, Mr. Chair.
So sinabi niya talaga yun kasi wala ako dun na nabasa ko lang sa transcript. So tama po ba yun?
I think so, Mr. Chair. I heard it that way, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, in your opinion, since you took over, when did you took over?
I assumed my position as operations group as OIC last March 2021.
So ito, syempre busy na kayo sa mga hearing, naka-7 hearing na ang Blue Ribbon. So nireview mo na ba lahat ng dokumento doon sa mga subject at hand, itong subject at hand nung inunahan na i-hear ng Senate? Nireview naman po niyo, Sir Jonas?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So now we are still currently reviewing all the documents procured during, with respect to the items and goods procured during the Bayanihan 1.
So, masasabi niyo pa ba may overprice doon sa subject at hand, yung formale purchases?
Mr. Chair, I can only rely on the documents and on the statements made.
Kasi naggawa ng market scan, di ba? Naggawa ng market scans yung mga predecessor mo. So, based on documents, is there overprice?
Based on the documents, if we refer to the market scanning, Mr. Chair, the prices of the items procured at that time were below the SRP and were below the market prices conducted by the price monitoring team.
Meron po akong sasabihin na statement. You can say you agree or disagree. Normally po kung sa gobyerno, pag may corruption, isang bagay lang yan magagaling. Yung overprice. Tama o mali? Kung meron, doon magagaling yun. Tama o mali?
I agree, Mr. Chair.
So, ibig sabihin, pag kunyari, 15 pesos ang isang mask, tas binili mo ng 27 pesos, magkano yung overprice?
That's
Hypothetical to, hypothetical.
again, Mr. Chair, pardon.
Kung 15 pesos talaga ang mask sa merkado, pero 27 binili, magkano ang overprice?
That's 12 pesos overpriced, Mr. Chair.
So itong 12 pesos, dito ang magiging source ng corruption. Tama po ba?
Probably, Mr. Chair.
So, kung wala tong overprice, walang corruption. Tama? Corruption is yung money na paghatian, presumably. So, if walang overprice, walang corruption, is that statement correct?
We can assume to that effect, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Undersecretary Lloyd Lau, are you online? Can we request for the documents, Jonas? Abangan namin yan, ha?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will comply. We will submit before the hearing on Friday.
Sir Lloyd Lau,
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Chairman.
I will ask you the same series of questions. Narinig niyo ba yung statement ni Senator Chairman ng Blue Ribbon nung last hearing?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Is the quote accurate? Payag na ako, Mr. President, walang overprice. Basta may fraud, wastage, and what's the other one? Fraud, waste, and abuse. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, Mr. Chairman.
So, in a setting, sinabi ko nga, normally, ang corruption ay galing sa overpricing. Do you agree or disagree?
I will agree, Mr. Chairman.
So, pag kunyari lang, hypothetical, 15 pesos ang mask sa merkado, pero 27 ang binili. Hypothetically, magkano yung overprice?
Hypothetically, that would be roughly around more than around 10 pesos to 12 pesos, Mr. Chairman.
Talagang walang corruption, Mr. Lloyd Lau, kasi hindi ka marunong mabilis magbilang eh. Kaya tingin ko wala talagang corruption eh, tagal mo magbilang. So 12 pesos. Itong 12 pesos ba na to ang magiging source ng hypothetically ng overprice?
Possibly, Mr. Chairman.
Ito ba magiging source pala ng corruption?
Possibly, Mr. Chairman. based on the price difference.
Doon sa time mo ba, you are under oath. Did you have overprice on the mask bought from any supplier?
No, Mr. Chairman, we did not have any overprice. In fact, we're trying to get it as low as possible, prevailing circumstances during that time.
So parehas na kayo sinabi ni Chairman ng Blue Ribbon Senate at ikaw, walang overprice. So kung walang overprice, walang corruption. Tama po ba yun?
Yes,
Masabi
Mr.
tama po ba masabi ko yung statement na yun?
That is accurate, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think that was already confirmed by the Commission on Audit Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Yusek Lau. Punta na tayo. Hindi kita paparesto, huwag ka matakot. Baka nakikita kita natatakot sa kabila eh. So, punta tayo kay Farmale. Any representative, the highest ranking official of Farmale? Hello, Mr. Lincoln Ong. Mr. Lincoln Ong. Mr. Wang Zhuxian, President.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm present.
You are under oath, Mr. Wang Zhuxian.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Did you give any kickback, meaning money, bribe money, to win this project?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Did you give favors, other non-monetary favors to people in government?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wang Julian, are you familiar with the GPPB Circular 01-2020? Are you familiar with that circular?
Through the hearings conducted, we are familiar with the circular. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
In that circular, it says that your company needs to have technical and financial capability to handle the project. Do you have that technical and financial capability to handle the project that you joined?
Mr. Chairman, I just wish to state that we were able to deliver fully on all the deliveries and contracts before getting any advance payment. So in terms of any compliance issued to us, that we have been fully compliant.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask this last question to the same question and my last to the two previous. Lloyd Lau, are you online?
Mr. Chairman, I am online, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I'd ask you my final question. Did you comply with the requirement of the GBBB that those who take that project, even though there's no bidding, should have technical and financial capability? Did they pass that formally, Lloyd?
On the contracts with Farmally, Mr. Chairman, what we followed is Bayanihan 1, which requires very limited basis. So, ang ginamitan namin doon is Mayor's Permit, ITR, and OSS, Omnibus Warrant Statement. However, to answer that question, whether or not we follow the technical specifications as required by GPPB, although it is not a mandatory requirement during the time because Bayanihan 1 exempted us, we have also taken that into consideration. And the fact that our primary consideration during the time is they actually have those items delivered and that payment was only made after delivery. So with that, financial capacity is already answered and technical capacity is answered on the fact that when they delivered, proper inspection was conducted and upon inspection by both PSDBM staff and DOH personnel, pasado ang mga items. So technical specifications, pasado sila. Financial specifications, pasado din sila kasi they delivered, in fact, without advance payment on the part. So that by itself is proof that they have the capacity. So check.
Ano pa yung sinasabi na 625,000 paid up capital? Ano masasagot nyo doon?
A simple analogy, Mr. Chairman. Pag may pupunta pag nagbebenta ako ng motor, may pupunta, bibili ng Mio, sasabihin niya, utangin niya, I will ask for his ID, ITR, and post-dated checks or certificate of employment as proof na magbabayad siya. Pero pag may pumunta din sa office ko, sasabihin niya, bibili ako ng Mio, may cash ako dito, 80,000, yun yung presyo ng Mio, hindi ko siya, ang hihingin ko lang sa kanya is ID. I will not ask for PDC kasi may cash nga siya. In this instance, si Farmally nung pupunta sa office, may dala silang items. They have it on hand. They are not asking for down payment. They say they will deliver and we will only pay after delivery and after inspection. Then there is no risk on the part of the government, whether or not they will have financial capacity. The fact that they delivered, hindi sila na blacklist, it means they have the financial capacity. Proof of capacity is actual delivery. And they did deliver.
Mr. Chairman, may I answer?
Just a minute. I'll acknowledge you when you have next. Let me to first ask Jolas Brutas pala. PS Director Jonas.
Mr. Chair, yes.
PS Director Jonas, do you have documents proving that all deliveries were delivered in completely? Can you provide those documents also?
Yes, we will provide, Mr. Chair.
May tanong pala ako, no, Jonas. Yung napanood ko yung hearing, yung isang clip lang. Kasi ayaw ko na panoorin, nahihilo ako eh. Pinanood ko sa TV, sa news. Yung isang employee, yung former employee na he's not there now, he's contractual, he's the head of inspection. Meron daw kayong pinapirma sa kanya na madaming pinirmahan na hindi naman niya in-inspect. Kasama na daw dyan yung Farmally. What's your comment on that?
Mr. Chair, I believe the former Inspection Division Chief, George Mendoza, can properly address that question. He is here, I think, Mr. Chair.
Yes, but before I go to him, I'd like to know, ano bang explanation doon na ginawa niya yon dahil hindi niya properly explained doon sa Senate eh. Bakit niya ginawa yon?
Mr. Chair, based on what I gathered from the documents, the ICAR issued ahead of the delivery and inspection was prepared for the processing the advance payment to the Chinese manufacturers.
Kasi hindi release ng China kung walang bayad upfront. Tama o mali?
Yes, I believe so, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Punta tayo kay Secretary Galvez. Sir, good morning, Secretary Charlie.
Good morning, sir, Mr. Chairman.
So, sinabi nyo last hearing na yung mga Chinese, yung bago si Farmally, yung first supplier na sinorse natin sa Chinese Embassy, kukunin natin yung mga mask doon. Tama o mali sa China?
Yes, sir. Yung I believe yung yung ating mga suppliers po doon galing po sa Chunshen at saka yung Wenhua.
So, narinig natin yung sinabi ng Jorge Mendoza na pinapirma lahat sa kanya yung mga dokumentong na-inspect niya. Kasi, bakit pinapirma? Kasi ikong head eh. Ikong head nun overall. Bakit pinapirma yung mga documents doon sa mga Chinese na yon, Sir Charlie?
Sir, yung I believe yung sir yung tinatawag natin kasi yung a requirement for the export, kailangan po talaga yung documentation. So kung wala po yung documentation na yon, hindi po talaga ma-release yung yung mga papers for exportation ng mga ating mga PPEs po.
So sinabi mo rin na sila noon, advance payment, kaliwaan. Sabi mo dati pala, sorry, kaliwaan, pera tapos ibigay yung goods on the airport. Tama, mali?
Yun po ang po natin, ang pagkakaalam ko po, yung first po natin, yung
First batch.
First batch ng mga contract, meron po tayong advance payment po noon. Kasi
Advance payment.
katulad po sa vaccine,
Okay.
advance payment na 15% or 30%. So that yung documentation po, lalakad po yun. Kasi hindi po natin, hindi po lalakad po yun kung wala pong upfront na sure na tinatawag nating payments.
So, ibig sabihin po, pinapirma si Jorge Mendoza kasi isa sa mga dokumento kailangan para mabayaran yung mga Chinese is yung pipirmahan niyang inspection report. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir. Alam ko, pro forma na po yun. But
Okay.
I'm not privy on the document because ang ano po natin is PSDBM po ang gumagawa na po ng mga documentation.
Sige po. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Charlie. Next, we will now proceed with the interpellations, and members can ask questions, seek clarification, or make manifestations on the subject of inquiry. Members are given 20 minutes to ask your questions, and answers, including comments and manifestations, are included in the allotted time. Please register with our committee secretary or through Viber group. May I remind the members to limit your questions to issues and refrain from asking questions already answered in the previous hearing. Also, please observe proper decorum and give due respect to our resource persons and guests who took time out of their busy schedule. Avoid badgering and bullying them. And thank you. First in our list of interpellators is Deputy Speaker Rodante Marcoleta. You have the floor, DS Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, quick
Yes.
manifestation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. JJ.
Yes. Mr. Chair, I would just like to relay my commendation and support to your earlier manifestation when you opened the hearing. I understand the pressure that you feel, but I would say that your courage and bravery and your objectivity in handling the issue at hand is indeed commendable. So I just would want to put that into record, Mr. Chair. Congratulations.
Thank you, Representative JJ Suarez of Quezon. Thank you very much for your kind words. The first in our list to interpolate is Deputy Speaker Rodante Marcoleta. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. May I direct my initial questions to Secretary Lau? Undersecretary Lau, please.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Yusek Lau, when did you start procuring COVID-19 items?
We started initiating our procurement as early as around March 10. But we started aggressively on March 16 already, Mr. Chairman.
When you were already procuring this pandemic response items, what was the prevailing law?
When we started on March 16, the prevailing law was still Republic Act 9184, Mr. Chairman. When we initiated initially on March 16. Bayanihan law was still
More specifically, when did Republic Act 11469 apply? This is Bayanihan 1.
Bayanihan 1 was signed by the President on March 24 and it was published on March 25. So based on existing laws, it is published on March 25 on Official Gazette. So it took effect on March 25, 2020, Mr. Chairman.
So a day earlier, on March 24, 2020, a person named Lincoln Ong submitted letter of intent to PSDBM. Is that correct?
Yes, that is accurate, Mr. Chairman.
What is the content of the letter of intent, Yusek?
As far as I can recall, the content is that they're offering surgical masks at around 27.72 centavos, and it's around 900,000 pieces, and it is on hand. So yun po ang three significant data dun sa padala nila na letter of intent.
How did Mr. Ong know that PSDBM is soliciting offers?
I have no idea on how he was able to know. There are a lot of companies who go to our office and submit letters of intent and offers, Mr. Chairman. So he's one of them.
You're saying that you did not talk to him, neither any staff from PSDBM supplied any information as to the requirement of the offers?
No, Mr. Chair. We do not do that, Mr. Chair.
And he testified during the last hearing that the company that he represents, Pharmally Pharmaceutical, supplied 500,000 pieces of surgical masks. Is that correct?
That is accurate, Mr. Chairman.
And before he was able to do this, one employee of Pharmally also testified that about 2 days later, he was able to, or she was able to reply to the request for a, what do you call this, RFQ? This is a request for quotation. It was only 2 days after the delivery was made when she was able to get the request or replied to the request for quotation. And then there was another staff from PSDBM who testified that PSDBM was able to issue only a notice of award on April 6, which means that the delivery came earlier than the request for quotation, and the delivery came earlier than the notice of award. Is that it?
That is accurate, Mr. Chairman.
And will you explain clearly, for the sake of the people, how is it that the delivery must come first before the documentations? Because this is where the doubts will come in. Some people would suspect that there was no delivery at all. You will understand that it is not so easy to believe, because it is very unusual that the delivery will come before the documentation. I want you to explain very clearly why the procedure was just like that.
May I be allowed to proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, proceed.
On March 24, 2020, Mr. Chairman, when the law was signed by the President on Bayanihan 1, we were still operating on the premise of RA 9184. Now, during that time, we already set through the office the price ceiling, which is the price approved budget contract at 28 pesos based on the market survey. So based on the market survey, mayroon na pong nagpadala ng mga quotation that they are selling it at 28. The price freeze issued is already at 28, so we cannot go above it. Despite kung maraming offer higher than that, we cannot enter those. Now, already had an offer to us is the Blue Cross at 28 pesos. Ang offer po nila is around, I think, at 28 pesos. Then, the letter of intent was sent to us by Pharmally at 27.72. Ang significant po sa letter ni Pharmally is nakalagay on hand. Now, considering that it's an emergency purchase due to a public health emergency stated by the President on March 8, 2020, we had the urgency to make sure that we have the stocks with us so we can dispose of it. Kasi karamihan to mag-o-offer ng mga items, it's not on hand. So it would be useless kung emergency na mag-o-offer ka na hindi ready. So the fact that they offered na on hand siya, I made a challenge. If that is true that it is on hand, show proof. Yun lang po. Kasi since March 9 until March 24, once lang po kami nakabili ng surgical mask, which was from, I think, New Life Pharmaceuticals at only 50,000 in quantity. So imagine, since March 9 until March 24, 50,000 ang nabili namin. That's how scant the supply was. And all the agencies were calling us already. But this time, there's this one company through Pharmally who said, meron kaming on hand. So I asked them, challenge you. Kung may on hand ka, show proof. So on the following day, in fact, on the 24th, when I made the challenge, they did not deliver. They did not show proof. On the 25th, when I left the office, they did not deliver still any proof that they have on hand. On the 26th, when I arrived in the office, I was informed na nag-deliver sila after office hour on the 25th as show proof na merong items. So that by itself is a proof na they really had these items when they say on hand siya. Then when they deliver, that's the time. Yung delivery kasi, it's not issued by the government. Yung DR kasi sir, it's proof na may iniwan sila sa office, what company left the items, and ano ang quantity ng items, and ano yung value. So that document is not actually issued by PSDBM. That's not an official document. That's a document, proof of formally that they left something in our office. Para at least kung may magtanong, ano tong stock na to sa kanila, pag nawala, meron silang claim against sa amin. Now, whether or not we bought that on that day, we did not. Because wala pong arrangement dyan na bibilhin na namin yan on that day. So
That is the question I'd like to ask you next. What is the date of purchase?
The date of purchase actually, the notice of award was issued on April 6. And
Okay.
this order was also on April 6.
Since the notice of award was issued on April 6, officially, that is the date of purchase. That is what you're telling us, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And the prevailing law is what?
Bayanihan 1 during the time.
When we say Bayanihan 1, that particular law, in that particular law, Congress granted the executive department, the president of the Philippines, to take all necessary measures to procure all needed supplies to protect our people. That is the basis, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
When you testified before the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, did you emphasize that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We
How
emphasize
well did you emphasize that? Because that is the gist. That is the central focus of this investigation.
actually, Mr. Chairman, since day one of the Senate investigation, we will stress, I was already stressing the fact that we are operating under Bayanihan 1, which allows us to make contracts either verbal or in writing, just to make sure that we were able to get the items on hand because of the dire emergency. The primordial purpose, we've been repeating, I think, for 7 hearings already with the Senate, that the primary purpose was to judiciously, economically, and expeditiously obtain these items by procurement in exemption from RA 9184 and other relevant laws. However, as part of our exercise of due diligence, we also conducted minimum standards now, ITR, as proof that they are legitimate company, omnibus sworn statement, and the mayor's permit. With these 3, we are confident that the companies we are dealing with are actually legitimate companies. Now, with respect to their capacity, our basis is the availability of goods. So to make sure that we are dealing outrightly with the people who have capacity is, do you have the items with you? So these are actually not required by law, but we implemented this as safeguard. That actually we have already answered the Senate for, I think, 7 days straight hearings for. Thank you.
That is the way you explain it to them, the way you spoke to us now.
I tried to answer it that way. However, Your Honor, when I go to the point of finishing, I am being cut off. That's a problem. So I really apologize that sometimes I get emotional because out of frustration that I'm asked to tell the truth. However, when we are going to the point of truth, we are being obstructed.
Did you tell them that they are part of that law?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we actually stated that.
Did you tell them that because of the operation of Bayanihan 1, you are not supposed to resort to any other mechanism? You are not even allowed to take a bidding. You're not even allowed to use the emergency procurement under the negotiated contract of RA 9184. Precisely, the law exempted you to resort to all these things because you're supposed to take the necessary measures as soon as there are, because the time is of the essence. Did you tell them that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In essence, we stated
Did they listen to you?
yes, Mr. Chair. I answered it in
No,
essence.
did they listen to you when you told them that under this law, we are not supposed to be taking the procedures and mechanisms of Republic Act 9184? We're supposed to be exempted because what the law says, the law which you yourselves gave us, is to procure this at the time they are needed most. Did you explain that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. However, when I explained it, I was, how do I say this?
Did you challenge their jurisdiction? Because under their own rules, you can challenge their jurisdiction.
They actually, in the middle was when I was explaining, I was told not to lecture and I was called arrogant, Mr. Chairman. So,
because the Senate rules is very different from us. Do you know that they can cite you for contempt because they need only the chairman and one member to do that?
Mr. Chair,
House of Representatives, we do not do that. 2/3 of the majority of a quorum can cite you in contempt. And in the House of Representatives, we do it the way the chairman said it a while ago. Kung pinakinggan kayo ng Senado, dapat hindi na tayo napunta sa ganitong pag-uusap. Because 11469, Bayanihan 1, precisely, is about taking all these measures as soon as possible. Because the law projected and anticipated the need of our people. You need to protect the people. There is no reason to delay the proceedings or the procedures. Di mo pa pinaliwanag yun?
I tried, Mr. Chair. I think when I was answering it, I was threatened to be cited in contempt, Mr. Chairman. So that's the
8
time
minutes.
I limited my answers already.
Katulad na lamang nung tinatanong kanya, do you know Michael Yang? Do you know the chairman of Parmali? Do you know that Michael Yang was consulted or asked by the officers of Parmali to help them locate some supplies? Do you need to do that?
No, Mr. Chairman, that is not my concern. Because
Yes, but did you communicate that? Did it matter to them that the Parmali people ask the assistance of Russia or even ask the assistance of Afghanistan? Did it matter at all?
No, Mr. Chairman. It does not matter.
Because precisely the law does not say that you have to do something. The law said only that you do this as soon as possible, irrespective of what the related laws are. Sinabi niya dun eh. Did you tell the members of the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee about Section 7 of Republic Act 11469? By the way, are you a lawyer?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What does Section 7 of Republic Act 11469 tell you?
I don't have the copy with me, Mr. Chairman, but I believe...
I will tell you, it says that even if the rules or regulations or any law is inconsistent with Bayanihan law, this law will prevail against all this. That is the law. You told them that or you did not?
We stress that fact, Your Honor, that under Bayanihan 1, we are authorized to enter into contract, even verbal negotiation. The primary purpose is expeditious, judicious, and economical method of procuring the item in
But apparently, they did not listen to you. They did not listen to you, right?
they kept on advising that I am being evasive, and I am arrogant, and I am lecturing, Mr. Chair.
Alam mo, Yusek Lau, the House of Representatives and the Senate get their authority, the origin of the right to conduct investigation is from the Constitution. Section 21, Article 6 of the Philippine Constitution. We cannot go beyond that. Sometimes investigations are done in oversight capacity. That is correct. But while we admit that the power to investigate is something that is necessary, however, the question as to the limit of that inquiry is still unsettled in our jurisdiction. Kung minsan, the power of checks and balances, the power to inquire, in our experience, it has become a blend of legitimate surveillance and the rapacity for publication and promotion of one's interest. By this time, you have noticed that, Secretary Lau. Kilala mo ba si Michael Yang?
No, I don't know him personally.
But it did not matter whether you knew him or not. It did not matter whether Parmali went to other people, to other countries to locate materials because kailangan mo yun eh.
Mr. Chairman, to answer that, I would even require any and all suppliers to go to my office to find any and all means, to find ways to supply it to our office.
Okay.
In my person, Mr. Chairman, I even contacted the embassies. We had meetings to request for the supply.
Secretary Lau, merong dumating na 2 supplier sa'yo. I hope meron namang nag-offer aside from Parmali. You earlier testified that there are also companies that offered their LOIs, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Kunwari, 2 yung dumating sa opisina mo. Supplier A offered you surgical masks for 1 peso per unit. The other, 100 pesos per unit. At the time you needed them most. Anong bibilin mo? Sabi nung isa, I will supply you at 1 peso. Pero wala naman siyang dala. Yung isa, 100 pesos, siya rin may dala. And you needed that particular material on the same day. Anong bibilin mo, Yusek Lau?
Based on judgment call, Mr. Chairman, I would choose the items that are present.
Let us repeat. We were talking about April and May 2020 when we were first hit by COVID-19. Kasagsagan ng COVID-19. Countries and people are scrambling and scampering for supplies. The supplies are not there. Okay? So nagyayabang yung company A, piso lang ang sa amin. Yung isa, 10. 100 pesos. April, May 2020, wala kang makita. Ang nagpunta sa iyo is 100 pesos. Notwithstanding that there is another supplier offering you 1 peso. 100 pesos ang kinuha mo because he can simply supply you the material you needed at that day. Sinabi mo ba sa kanila yon? Sa Senate Blue Ribbon Committee?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi nila naintindihan yon?
They were driving at the point na they were mixing the 2 dates kasi the items which are cheaper, they are trying to impress to me na hindi mo binili to, mas mura to. I've been answering them, mas mura to, binili ko rin yan, but already June ang delivery niyan. In fact, meron kaming binili on June, delivered at 13.50. Meron nga din akong binili at 1.75, 1 peso 75 cents. on December. But on April, I've been answering that question. Walang stock, may nag-offer 27 pesos, may nag-offer ng 22, may nag-offer ng 16. On hand, binili ko lahat yun kasi required. We needed it. And based on records, Mr. Chair, to answer yung issue din nila na ghost delivery yan, it is not. Kasi we have...
Now, Yusekla, I'm sorry, I'll have to cut you. Ang tinanong ko lang sa'yo napakasimple no example ko Kahit na siguro, isang primary pupil will understand that.
Yes.
Ang tinatanong ko sa'yo, i-explica mo na kailangan mo ng araw na yon, ito lang naman ang merong supply, kahit siguro 1 million pesos yun.
I would buy it, Mr. Chairman.
You will still buy it, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Bakit hindi naintindihan?
I cannot
Okay,
explain.
wag mo na sagutin yun. Kasi, hindi nyo kasi pinopoint. For example, what is the very title of that investigation? Motu proprio investigation on the 2020 COA report and other issues related to the budget utilization of the Department of Health, especially its expenditures related to the fight against COVID-19. Ngayon pinag-uusapan, formally, you realize the diversion? O paano ngayon ang gagawin natin? Kaya humaba ng ganito. Mr. Chair, ilan po ba yung minuto ko pa? Wala na ba?
Wala na po.
I was informed kasi that there were 3 members who texted me that they are contributing their time to me.
Okay, I think I got that message from Minority Leader Caraps Paduano. You have an additional 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I go first to Yusek, wag na muna ikaw, si Secretary Luque muna, if he is here. Sec Duque, good morning po. Nandiyan po ba kayo?
Yes, good morning. Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Your Honors. I am present and willing to take the questions, Your Honor.
Secretary Duque, you still recall that about 1 month ago, you also appeared before us, but in another committee, when this particular item was initially inquired upon. I'm referring to the 42.4 billion peso transfer DOH fund to PSDBM, which was initially taken up under a different committee of the House of Representatives. Do you recall that, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do.
As a matter of fact, you submitted to us a preliminary report where at that time you made mention that this particular issue, itong fund transfer na to, consisting of 42.4 billion pesos, has been partially resolved. You recall that?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
Kasi po yung nakalagay na deficiency doon, if I can quote this, sabi niya, the COA made a findings, sabi niya, fund transfer, documentary deficiencies, and unliquidated damages. End quote. Hindi ba nakalagay yon, Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Ang nakalagay lamang po, kaya finlag na mayroong deficiency, sabi niya, fund transfer, documentary deficiencies, and unliquidated balances. In that particular report that you submitted to us 1 month ago, you contested that finding, telling COA that a MOA is not necessary under a particular rule of the GPPB. Do you recall having said that?
Exactly, Mr. Chairman.
And then you also contested the findings of COA requiring you to submit liquidation on pending procurements because DOH is in a continuing process of procurement. That was your argument. Is that not correct?
Precisely, Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay. Considering that 1 month ago, you made a report that it was partially resolved. Am I to understand now that today, 1 month later, na-resolve na po ba nito fully with the COA?
Not yet, Mr. Chairman. We have submitted the letter of the PSDBM saying that there is, in fact, no need to enter into a MOA with them. No. So
Secretary Iskowa is still insisting on the memorandum of agreement as a requirement to your fund transfer?
Well, our meeting this morning with COA.
Now, my question is COA is still insisting that there should have been a memorandum of agreement in the transfer of funds?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there is still that insistence.
Did you not tell COA that I think they are requiring you to submit a MOA on the basis of their own circular? This is circular number 94-013. But did you ask or did you tell COA that this circular cannot go against or it cannot even prevail under Bayanihan 1 because Section 7 of Bayanihan 1 categorically said that any rule, any regulation, any law, any order that is inconsistent with this law will be nothing. And COA should understand that. I think the COA representatives are present today, Mr. Chair. Ibig ba nilang sabihin, yung kanilang circular na yun will prevail over Republic Act 11469 or Bayanihan 1? Ito po yung nagiging problema. Ang sinasabi lang po rito ay fund transfer documentary deficiencies. Wala pong deficiency rito because they cannot insist on their circular, Secretary Duque, because their circular cannot prevail against the law that Congress gave the Executive Department in order for you to procure the supplies expeditiously and at the time you needed them most. Sa makatwid, wala talagang corruption dito because even the COA said ang fund transfer lang na deficiency is only centering on documentary deficiencies. It's only a matter of documentation. Earlier, Mr. Chair, even the COA categorically said that there was no overpricing, there was no ghost delivery, and there were no corruption. O bakit ngayon ano na naman ang pinalilitaw? Teka, bago ako magpatuloy meron ako naisip, Mr. Chair. Total, nandiyan na po si Secretary. Mr. Secretary, I need to inform you that some reports came to my office that there are private citizens calling your attention. I think they filed a complaint before your office. Hindi ko alam kung dumating na po sa inyo. It's about certain staff in a hospital in Subic who were tested positive by the PRC laboratory in Subic. They are all vaccinated staff of the hospitals. And because they doubt the result, that they became positive, they have themselves retested on September 6. Nangyari po to September 3. After 3 days, they have themselves retested in another facility. And 44 out of the 49 false positive, Mr. Chair, nag-negative silang lahat. Meaning to say, there is about 90% error in the laboratory of the Philippine Red Cross in Subic. Anyway, I'm not going to expound on this. I think my colleague here, Congressman JJ, will expound this kasi Mukhang nakaka-alarma po yung considering our need to be very accurate in our data. Mahirap po ito kapag hindi na ninyo na ayos ito. Are you aware of this, Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have with me the actual communication coming from a complainant, but who has requested for anonymity. But I do confirm that there is that complaint, which is being investigated now by the lab network headed by under Assistant Secretary Nestor Santiago, whom I believe has already relayed to the RITM to do an evaluation or an assessment of this complaint.
Okay, Secretary, meron din po kasing ang dami nagtatanong sa akin dahil yung pong ibinayad natin sa PRC na nanggaling po sa PhilHealth. Now, by the way, how much have we paid so far? Somebody told me that the PhilHealth already paid 6 billion pesos to Philippine Red Cross. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
In employing RT-PCR, kapag testing natin, tama po?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Po nila kasing malaman, nagsimula po kasi yung cost niya na 4,000 pesos per testing. Ngayon po magkano?
If my recollection serves me right, it's about now 2,800.
Okay. Sa makatwid po, merong variable ito eh. Nagsimula po sa 4,000, ngayon naging 2,800. Bakit po kaya hindi 500 pesos or 300 pesos? Considering that we are paying Red Cross 6 billion pesos po ito. Bakit hindi po nila ibigay na lamang testing at cost? Is the DOH undertaking a study on the cost of this testing, Mr. Secretary?
The costing formula of the PRC is something that is out of the purview of the department, but we do have our own costing, and their costing is well within the formula that the DOH has established for private and public laboratories. We can send you the costing formula for this, Mr. Chairman.
Kasi po, kung hindi naman natin makita kung paano nila kino-cost, maybe we can compare the cost of the cost in DOH itself or the cost in other private companies para makita naman po natin kung pareho lang. Kasi yung 4,000 pesos, they started with 4,000 pesos, ngayon 2,800. We need to also see whether or not the costing is based on reasonable terms. Kung hindi naman po, I know PRC is non-profit, non-stock. Sana kung hindi tayo nagbabayad o nagbibigay ng ganong kalaking pera, 6 billion pesos have been funneled to PRC. Kailangan po siguro merong way para malaman natin that they are administering the test at cost. Tama po?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we will just send promptly the costing formula and to show the price cap or the testing fee ceiling that the DOH together with the DTI has formulated for both public and private. Kasi iba-iba pong sistema, iba-iba rin pong mga variables, no? So halimbawa, ang isang laboratory kung government, no, ito po sa public ang plate-based testing ay nagkakahalaga ng 2,800 pesos. For public, ito yung price cap for the cost of RT-PCR testing. Sa private naman, price cap for cost of procedure is 3,360. Kung meron naman price cap for home service, may karagdagan 1,000 pesos po. This is for the plate-based RT-PCR testing. This is the latest costing or fees that have been established by both DTI and the DOH.
Sige po, pero inaasahan namin na siguro magkaroon tayo ng mechanism para makita natin kung yung testing costs ay tama lamang po doon sa what we are trying to say, Mr. Secretary, there is a need for us to rationalize the costings, mapa-private, mapa-public. I think we need to do this sapagkat malaking pera din ang binibigay natin sa Philippine Red Cross. 6 billion pesos po. Sa nakikita ko naman, hindi naman dapat siguro ganun kalaki unless they are able to justify. But the only way for them to do this ay makita natin yung costing, Mr. Secretary. I know they're trying to help, pero kailangan din nating ma-rationalize yung pondong binibigay natin sa kanila. Salamat po, Mr. Secretary. I hope you can find time to look into this also.
We will do, Mr. Chairman. We will do. Certainly the investigation has commenced. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Balik ako kay Mr. Chair, kay Yusek Lau.
Yusek Lau, please answer questions.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Yusek Lau,
Opo, Mr. Chairman.
narinig mo na ba yung kwento ng isang taong naghahanap ng isang bagay na nawala? Nasa ilalim siya ng isang poste na may ilaw. Have you heard of that story?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Sa ngayon, malalaman mo. Ayan nga, naghahanap siya ng isang bagay, paikot-ikot siya sa Laguna yon. Merong nakapansin sa kanya, tinanong siya, Mama, ano po yung hinahanap ninyo? Nawala ko kasi susi ng bahay ko eh. Nawala ko dun sa yung tabing, meron kasing maliit na woods eh. Parang forest to sa tabi niya. Nagtaka yung tao na nagtanong sa kanya, doon po pala nawala. Bakit dito po ninyo hinahanap? Ang sagot ng matanda, Yusek Lau, dito yung may ilaw eh. Do you understand the gist of that story?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Kung talagang nawala, may hinahanap siya kung ano man yun, doon niya hanapin. Bakit nandun siya sa ilaw? Malaking publicity rito, pare. Okay?
Not on my part, Mr. Chairman.
Nandoon yung instrument na nagagamit. Alin ba talaga ang gusto nating sabihin dito? Are we doing this for the good of the country? Like what our chairman elucidated earlier? O naghahanap ka ng wala sapagkat nasa ilalim ka ng ilaw ng publisidad? Did you get the story?
I got the story, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, DS Marcoleta. Next to interpolate is the Honorable Vice Chair, Johnny Pimentel.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
with the permission of Vice Chair Johnny Pimentel, just a rejoinder to the interpolation of Deputy Speaker,
2 minutes.
Deputy Speaker Johnny Pimentel to Deputy, and I just want to follow up on the issue that was tackled because baka mawala po tayo sa line of thinking at malito na naman yung tao. Nabanggit po kanina, and I request for Secretary Duque. Secretary Duque. Mabilis lang naman to. Secretary Duque, it was mentioned that a certain individual filed a complaint about the results that happened in a PRC laboratory in Subic. Can you confirm this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there is the complaint.
Can you enlighten us in this matter, Secretary? What are the details of this complaint?
Well, the letter has been sent to the DOH and in particular to the lab network headed by Assistant Secretary Nestor Santiago. The gist of the complaint is revolves around a particular lab in Subic Bay, Freeport. This pertains to the Red Cross test that was done on September 3, 2021, where 49 hospital personnel allegedly tested all positive. And then on the doubts of the persons who were tested, because of a huge percentage of positivity, they decided to have themselves retested by another laboratory in the medical city, Clark. This was done on September 6, 3 days after the first test. And out of the 49 personnel, it is alleged that 44 of them tested negative. So the complainant was asking that the DOH verifies these numbers, and which I have instructed the lab network and the Research Institute for Tropical Medicine to validate these numbers. But that is the gist of the complaint, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Secretary Duque, if these number of false positives will be verified and proven authentic, would you consider this alarming?
Well, that is now the subject of an investigation, but normally that is an outlier. The percentage of positivity at about 89% is certainly out of the ordinary.
Kasi, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, I just want to continue the line of thinking. No? Ang laki po nun. 44 out of 49 tested positive. But when they retested, dahil hindi nga sila makapaniwala na positive sila, lumabas negative naman sila. Ang dami po nun. Ngayon, the mental anguish, anxiety, and stress caused to those individuals cannot be explained. Ang mas malungkot pa dito, Mr. Chairman, kung yung 40 yun ay hindi nakapagpa-retest at napilitan mag-isolate na hindi naman pala sila tunay na positibo sa COVID-19. Mr. Chair, I would like to stress this point because Secretary Duque, 14 days isolation is no joke. And I do understand that 14 days isolation is necessary for those who are truly tested positive. So we really need to look into how the testing is being done, especially if these testings are being paid for. Binabayaran naman natin yung pagtitest. So dapat ang makuha nating resulta ay yung totoo naman. Kasi dito tinitingnan natin na patuloy na tumataas yung bilang ng mga COVID positives natin. How sure are we? How sure are we? Now, they were lucky enough to have themselves retested. Mr. Chairman, for the record, I know of 2 other individuals who went through the same mental anguish, had themselves tested, lumabas positive, hindi sila makapaniwala kasi hindi sila lumalabas ng kanilang mga tahanan. Nagpa-retest sila same day, negative. So again, Mr. Secretary Duque, just to add my point, and I'm thankful that DS Johnny Pimentel allowed me to to allow me for my rejoinder to the point mentioned by our dear colleague. Paano naman po kaya yung mga kababayan natin who cannot afford a re-swab? May mga quarantine facilities tayo na para lang magpa-quarantine, kailangan po silang magbayad. So dito, nagbayad na sila, mali ang test result, nagpa-quarantine sila, magbabayad na naman sila. Ano po ang opinion nyo tungkol doon, Mr. Secretary? At sa palagay po ninyo, ano po ang dapat nating gawin?
Kanya nga po kanina, akin po binigyan din na ang investigasyon ay isinagawa kaagad ng Department of Health at saka ng RITM. So, ito po ang very technical handled by the Research Institute for Tropical Medicine. Unless the results of the investigation come out, no, ay mahirap naman po akong magsabi na ito na yung conclusion dahil wala pa naman po tayong resulta. So as soon as the results of the investigation come out, then we will submit. We will
Congressman Suarez.
Yes. We will submit this, the consolidated evaluation that will be undertaken by RITM will then be forwarded to the Health Facility Service Regulatory Bureau that will now make the determination what will be the sanctions, if any, but more than that, what will be the corrective action. Because all these laboratories are important in our overall pandemic response. And what we would want to happen is to assist all laboratories, whether this is national government or local government or private laboratories, because they're all important in our pandemic response. So that any deviation of results, such as this complaint, must be carefully looked into by our investigating bodies such as the RITM and the Health Facility Service Regulatory Bureau.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's my rejoinder, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Congressman Pimentel, for allowing me. I would just like to stress, Mr. Chair, na I would understand kung 10 kayo o sabi mo ng 20, may isa siguro nagkamali. Kaso lang dito po, 49 nagpa-test, 4 na po ang lumabas positive. Tapos nung nagpa-retest yung 4 na po, negative naman po pala. So parang napakalaki naman po nun. So I hope that we address this, Secretary Duque, because it is truly unfair and unjust to the individuals and to the families if they will not be receiving the true, honest health result that they have paid for. Yun lang po, maraming salamat.
Thank you, Congressman Suarez. Next to interpolate, Vice Chair Johnny.
Thank you, Chairman. This is now our second hearing on this matter. Last Wednesday, we had our first hearing, and during that hearing, I asked several questions to seek clarification on several issues. And I have found out, or rather I have clarified 4 issues. One is that there were no overprice that were done on the purchase of masks. And this was according to the testimony of no less than Chairman Mike Aguinaldo himself, that the report of the COA did not even mention any overpricing of the mask. And this statement was corroborated by his subordinate. I forgot the name. It was a female staff. But anyway, it was clearly established that the masks were not overpriced. Number 2, the procurement process was legal. and even went over and above what was required under the Bayanihan Act. It was also established during that hearing, or clarified during that hearing, that the procurement of the mask using the Bayanihan 1 Act was exempted from Republic Act 9184. So therefore, the negotiated procurement under emergency cases was purely legal on that matter. Number 3, there are no ghost deliveries. Goods were delivered and payment was made after the delivery. The several resource persons testified that there were certificate of inspections, there were inspectors from the different agencies who inspected the goods. And number 4, the local manufacturers were not boxed out of the procurement of the face mask. In fact, one of the resource persons, I think it was Yusik Lau, showed us that there were 17 suppliers who supplied PPEs, and there were 8 suppliers who supplied face masks, contrary to the perception that formally cornered or got the bulk of the 42 billion pesos. Now, I'll now go to the questioning. Do we have a representative from DTI? May I ask Comsec Marivic if we have a representative from DTI?
Yes, Your Honor, we have.
Anybody from DTI?
Chairman?
Your Honor, I'm here. I'm Claire Cabuchan from DTI, sir.
Yes, Yusek. You're Yusek, di ba?
ASEC, sir. ASEC po.
Okay, sorry. Anyway, ASEC, one of the duties and functions of the DTI is, or rather, the mandate of DTI, one of the mandates, is to monitor prices of basic commodities in times of calamities or emergencies. In March 2020, that was the onset of the pandemic crisis, di ba? Now, did you ever make or did you set a price ceiling for face masks during that time? Kasi di po ba ang DTI gumagawa tayo ng price ceiling kagaya ng isda, karne, or bigas pag merong kalamidad, hindi po ba? Hindi po ba ganun pong ginagawa ninyo? Nagsaset kayo ng price ceiling?
Your Honor, under the Price Act, the DTI is one of the implementing agencies. But for the masks, it was the Department of Health, Your Honor, that set the ceiling for masks.
So, on March of 2020, wala po kayong ginawang price ceiling or market price study of masks on March 2020.
Your Honor, actually, DTI started monitoring the prices of masks in January because of the Taal explosion, sir. So when the COVID pandemic also set in around March, we continued monitoring not only for the Taal eruption, but also because of COVID. So our Fair Trade Enforcement Bureau has been monitoring the supply and the prices of masks in the market, but it was the Department of Health that set the ceiling
What was
for
your
masks.
price monitor at that time?
Sir, for the monitored prices, our Fair Trade Enforcement Bureau had first their monitored prices, sir, were I think for N95 120 pesos, for certain suppliers, what's a range of 105 to 120. And for N88, it was also below what were the world prices for N88, sir.
Let me clarify again.
Yes, sir.
You said that at that time, the price that you were able to monitor for face mask was around 100 to 120 pesos. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Around March, let me check my notes again, sir. For N95, our monitored prices were, yes, 105 to 120.
Okay, thank you, Asek.
Yes, sir.
So, my colleagues, clearly, the price of 27 pesos and 72 centavos that were supplied by formally was way below the price, the monitored price of DTI. Hindi po ba, ASEC? Kasi yung price monitor ninyo is 100 to 105, even 120 pesos. So could you say that the price of Farmally when they supplied it at 27 pesos was reasonable enough? That's only 1/3 or less than 1/3 of the price that you yung price monitor na ginawa ng DTI, hindi po ba?
Your Honor, I was referring to N95. But if the masks were N88, it would be lower. But based on our monitoring reports and the study conducted by the Consumer Policy and Advocacy Bureau of the DTI Consumer Protection Group, the prices that have been monitored, the monitored prices and the suggested retail price set by DOH are lower than the market price and even world market prices, Your Honor.
Anyway, thank you. But it is very clear that the supplied masks were lower than the price that you monitored. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
My next question would be, thank you, ASEC. Thank you very much,
sir.
My next question would be for DOH. To Secretary Duque na lang.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Yes, Mr. Chair, during the last hearing, we learned that in 2016, or rather in 2015, in 2016, the DOH, but this was not during your tenure, I believe, the DOH bought PPEs and the amount was 3,500 pesos and 3,800 pesos per set. Can you confirm this, Secretary Duque?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Well, the method of purchase at that time, this PPEs worth 3,500 and 3,800 per set, was it through negotiated procurement or did it go through competitive public bidding?
It did go through the competitive public bidding, Mr. Chairman.
What about the specifications of the 2015 PPEs compared to the specifications that we bought, or rather your agency or DBMPS bought on March of 2020? Ano pong diferensya nun?
Well,
the same?
Well, the price-wise, mas mababa yung binili.
Yes, I understand that it was about 1,900.
Yes,
compared to 3,800. So it was 50% half the price of the PPEs that were purchased in 2015, in spite of the fact that it went through a public bidding, pero yung March 2020 na binili po natin went through a negotiated procurement. So, taken into consideration, mas mababa pa rin yung through negotiated procurement. What I meant is the specifications. Pareho po ba? Kasi pinag-ano natin bakit mas mahal yung 2015 At saka bakit mas mura yung 2020? Pareho ba yung component? Yung one set, ilang pieces po ba yung 2015? Ilang pieces yung 2020 na binili natin na PPE?
Mr. Chairman, the 2015 procurement had only 8 components, while the 2020 procurement had about 9 to 10 components, no? And in particular, the apron, which is not found in the 2015 procurement, was included in the 2020 procurement. And also the face shield was also included in lieu of goggles. So you're right, the components are more for the 2020 procurement, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
So mas marami po talaga yung component nung binili natin na PPE in March 2020 compared to the PPEs that we bought in 2015, in 2016, and more than that, kahit na mas marami pa yung component ng 2020, kalahati lang po ang presyo, hindi po ba?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. That is accurate.
Well, as I've said earlier, we have
10
already
minutes.
clarified, ilang minutes lang? 10. We have already clarified that there were no overpricing, and then the government on the purchase of the PP was at an advantage because mura na, mas marami pang component compared to the 2015 purchases. Maraming salamat po, Secretary Duque. My next questions will be directed to Attorney Leong, Attorney Warren Leong, the Deputy Ombudsman. Are you on board?
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. We already know that the procurement of the COVID-19 masks under the Bayanan 1 Act was done through the negotiated procurement under Emergency Act. Hindi po ba? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, it was done through Bayanihan 1. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, under Republic Act 11469, required ba yung suppliers should submit their articles of incorporation and general information sheet to the procuring entity, in this case, the BMPS?
No, Mr. Chairman, it is not required. And even in negotiated procurement under emergency cases, that is RA 9184, it is also not required, Mr. Chairman. I must
Hindi
point out.
required yun. Pero, so, yung formally, did you still require them to submit in spite na hindi naman required sa Bayanihan 1 Act? Pinasubmit pa ba ninyo? Hindi na.
Hindi na po, Mr. Chairman. That would run counter to the need to procure it fastest possible way, Your Honor.
In Republic Act 9184, one of the bases for awarding the contract or for the pre-qualification rather of a certain bidder is the net financial contracting capacity to show whether the contractor or the supplier is capable financially. Hindi po ba? Yung dito sa pagbili natin ng mask, did you require or did you compute the net financial contracting capacity of the supplier?
No more, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, because net NFCC, you're talking about NFCC, that's a requirement only in regular competitive bidding. Even in emergency procurement in RA 9184, that is not a requirement. Dito sa Bayanihan 1, lalo na po, hindi po yan siya requirement, Your Honor.
So, the supplier did not submit articles of incorporation, did not submit net financial contracting capacity, or rather, you did not compute any more than NFCC dahil hindi naman po required. Dahil exempted yung sa Republic Act 9184, yung funds using funds sa Bayanihan 1 Act, hindi po ba?
Correct, Mr. Chairman. That statement is correct.
What about the supplier's line of credit from a universal or commercial bank? Did you require them also?
Wala pong ganyan sa emergency procurement, Your Honor, both in RA 9184 and in Bayanihan 1, because the paramount concern is to address the emergency immediately po. So kung sinong merong available, bibili po talaga tayo, Mr. Chair.
Hindi na rin sila nag-submit ng, kasi ito yung usual eh. These are the usual documents, requirements in any competitive public bidding, no?
That is correct.
Did you require them to submit a statement of its single largest completed contract? Wala na rin.
No, Mr. Chairman, because experience is not a requirement. Yeah, you're talking about experience there in SLCC. That is not a requirement. Emergency
It's not a
procurement.
requirement, no?
No.
What about yung audited financial statements of the suppliers? Pinasubmit niyo sila, hindi rin?
Hindi rin po. There's no capitalization requirement in emergency procurement, both in Bayanihan 1 and Republic Act 9184, Your Honor.
So what do you think is the reason why all of these requirements, documents, hindi na pinasubmit dun sa negotiated procurement? It's the fact that it was exempted, hindi po ba?
Opo, and the fact po na meron tayong emergency, saving lives po ang paramount concern. So kung kailangan nating i-address yung emergency, bibili po talaga tayo agad, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, because the time is of the essence, hindi po ba? Kaya tayo, the provision of the exemption of RA 9184, nilagay talaga ng Kongreso doon so that we could give the government the immediate response. Because if we go through the normal process, tatagal po yan ng 2 hanggang 3 buwan, hindi po ba? Dadaan kayo ng advertisement, dadaan kayo ng pre-procurement, mga pre-bidding, then after that, post-qualification. It will take the normal process of procuring a good or service from accredited suppliers will take about 2 to 3 months, hindi po ba? Kasi advertise mo pa yan. Lalo na if it's in billion of pesos, i-advertise mo pa yan sa National Daily. But all of this, itong mga requirements, tinanggal na nga po natin sa Bayanihan 1A dahil nga emergency in nature. Importante po, hindi po ba? Madali. Okay. Now may I ask again, Secretary Duque. Secretary Duque, are you still on board? Secretary Duque?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just went to the restroom.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Secretary Duque, we already know that the 42 billion pesos, was it 42, 44 billion? 42 billion pesos was transferred to the BMPS, no? But it was DOH who requested for the purchase of the face mask, hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Ilan ho ang ni-request natin for the immediate response to be distributed to the frontliners? Ilan ho ang ni-request ninyo sa DBMPS on March 2020 or April?
I'm just looking at my records, Mr. Chairman. On March 26, we had downloaded an agency procurement request in the amount of 1.8 billion pesos. That was on March 26. This is for the PPE, personal protective equipment, Your Honor. And then subsequently, the March 30, 2020, we downloaded another APR. This is for 84.9 million, thereabouts, for PPEs as well. And so there have been subsequent downloading of procurement requests from the DOH to the PSDBM, Your Honor.
And the supply secretary, di ba nag-request po tayo kayo ng March. So on supplies, actually dumating naman po ng April, hindi po ba?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Kung let's say, for purposes of discussion, because sabi ko nga, immediate response, that is why we had this Bayan in One Act, exempted from 9184. Sa tingin po ninyo, nakatulong ba yung pagdating on time ng tong PPE at mask sa pag-distribute sa mga frontliners? Were we able to ikangang lessen the infections among the frontliners? Kasi hindi po ba binigyan natin to sa frontliners dun sa on-time delivery of the supplies of masks and PPE?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you are absolutely correct. If this did not come on time, then we would have a lot more infection, higher transmission rate among our healthcare workers. That would have led to the undue collapse of the health system. Because can you imagine, without the PPEs, we would have more patients either suffering from severe and COVID infection and would have warranted an intubation. We would have more deaths. Many of our healthcare workers would have been in isolation and quarantine. Wala na pong mag-aalaga ng mga pasyente. Wala na pong makakapangalaga ng both COVID and non-COVID patients. So malaking tulong po talaga ito, Mr. Chairman.
So tama po yun, Mr. Chair. So kung na-deliver ng mga July or August yung mga mask and PPE, so malamang siguro, Mr. Chair or Secretary Duque, malamang nag-collapse ng health system natin, hindi po ba?
You are absolutely correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Chair, since I do not have time anymore, I will set for another the next hearing or next round.
Thank you.
Several questions. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pimentel. Magandang umaga po. Nandyan po ba si Mr. Michael Yang? Is Michael Yang here? Mr. Michael Yang, are you online on this meeting?
Mr. Chairman, Michael Yang just went to the washroom.
Nandyan sa washroom?
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Andito na po, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Michael Yang. Did you take your oath already? Oath of... did you swear to tell the truth?
Yo.
Meron po, Mr. Chairman.
Marami kasing nababasa ko sa social media na pagkausap daw ni Michael Yang si Presidente, walang interpreter. Mr. Michael Yang, do you know how to speak Tagalog or English?
前班你刚说我来很多年，可是我普通的简单的交流误会，可是这些说多的我不行英文跟大家。
Okay. Mr. Chairman, pinapasabi po ni Mr. Yang na in terms of Tagalog, in terms very basic lang po yung alam niya. So yung mga social communication, yun lang po yung
English. How about English? Does he know English?
English hindi po, Mr. Chairman.
Bisaya?
Bisaya.
No.
Hindi rin po.
Kamay, konti lang.
Konti lang po.
Okay. So Mandarin only, Mandarin.
Okay.
Mandarin only is the language that you understand and read and write. Speak.
普通话跟闽南话，福建。
Fukien din po, Mr. Chairman.
Fukien. Okay. Now I have first question. Have you ever influenced any government official or office to select or choose a particular supplier in a government procurement? Can you translate?
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
We have prepared kasi po a statement. Is it okay if we
No.
read?
These questions will suffice. It's only 4 questions. Please
Please,
Okay.
hopefully he can give me, it's not gonna take long. It's only 4 questions. I just want to hear his answers. Did
Okay,
he,
Mr. Chairman, can you repeat the first question? I apologize for that.
have you ever influenced any government official or government office in any procurement process?
所以任何的政府部门关于这个采购吗？
你给他说前面，给他说这个没有地，没有我解释一下，因为他们这个成立公司我不知道，还有这个他们前面做的生意我也不知道。我最后只有他，我有帮他，后面他有帮我帮他做这些介绍，跟他后面没有介绍基金不足，我有介绍中国的朋友帮他奠基。
Mr. Chairman, according to Mr. Yang, wala po siyang kinalaman or in-influence for the award of the contract. Number one, he does not even know nung nag-register yung company. Number two, nalaman na lang niya when they approach him eventually nung may kailangan sila ng tulong for sourcing of suppliers, nag-refer siya, and then also in terms of referring friends who could help them in terms of their finances to make advance payment po.
Okay. Pinakitang meeting yung sa RTVM, nandun si Farmali at saka si Mr. Michael Yang. Ano yung meeting na yon? Was there influence there to award the contract?
Come again, Mr. Chairman, influence in terms of...
There was meeting shown on YouTube, RTVM, wherein Mr. Michael Yang and executives of Farmali were there. Ano po yung pinag-usapan doon? RTVM is the official channel of the government Malacanang press.
你跟他说，第一，当时2017年总统起来也为了中国要菲律宾要招商，要很多生意人，我有朋友过来，他是一个比较大的公司，我就介绍他去跟总统见面17年见完了，他们考察后面没有在这边做生意，做不成，这边不适合，他们就回去，我们再也就没有联系了。跟他说后面这个华明利这个药业，他们注册我也不知道，他的小孩跟他就是这个黄子妍跟他们注册，他们也没有给我知道。
Okay, Mr. Chairman, yung 2017 po, at that time they were inviting investors, kaya pinakilala po nila si formally yung sila Mr. Huang kay President. And then at that time, parang nag-invest sila Mr. Huang using formally biological na company. And then later on, hindi po siya nagtuloy because of hindi po maganda yung feasibility nila. Then ang sabi pa ni Mr. Huang, in addition to that, when later on, si Mr. Huang Chuyan, when he came to register the company na formally pharmaceutical, hindi po niya alam tungkol dito at the time when they registered formally pharmaceutical. Wala po siyang alam tungkol doon.
Number 2 question, Mr. Michael Yang. Farmali Executive Lincoln Ong has stated on the record that you acted as guarantor in their supply agreement with the government. Is this true?
你跟他说，当时他们后面有联系来找过我说，他们有一个这个订单，有这个订单，就是这个预算部有这个订单。我当时刚好我跟中国很熟，我中国有这个资源，有这个朋友，我就介绍给他们。后面他们说基金不够，我们的朋友也愿意给他奠基，我就做他们的中间的信誉担保人。
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman,
yes.
According to Mr. Yang,
yes, sir.
According to Mr. Yang, when they approached him, di ba, when they already got the order na malaki daw, they approached Mr. Yang in terms of referral ng mga suppliers. So which he did, and then eventually Lincoln expressed that they do not have the financial capability. Kaya po si Mr. Yang nagpakilala ng mga friends who could support them in terms of their finances. So in terms of that, parang si Mr. Yang yung naging referral sa mga friends niya papunta kay Lincoln.
So hindi niya pera yung ginamit sa pag-guarantor. Sabi niya, my friends. give money, finance.
不是我介绍的。
Pera ba niya o hindi pera?
Hindi po pera niya, but rather yung mga pinakilala po niyang mga kaibigan, Mr.
帮忙
Chairman.
电工的。
Okay. Sir, what's your name? Interpreter, what's your name?
Garrick Hung po, Mr. Chairman.
Garlic, raise your right hand and look to me directly on camera. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Baka kasi mali yung interpreter mo eh. Sinasabi niya iba, tapos sinasabi mo iba. Diba? Mr. Michael Yang, do you have any documentation that there is a deal to finance between your friends and Lincoln Ong? Is there any paper?
有帮他垫付的，有没有这些合同？
要说这个当时我是幸运的，给他说当时是中国他林坤有跟中国签，我是中间，后面给他说我跟林坤也有一个就是补充，就是说他们跟中国签嘛，
就是说林坤跟中国直接签
他们签我中间担保。
Okay. Mr. Chair, according to Mr. Yang, there is a contract between Lincoln and yung mga pinakilala niyang friends.
Financier. Tama.
Yes po. Sila po yung nag-help mag-advance ng mga payments na kailangan nila, Mr.
Ang tanong ko, Sir, Mr. Michael Yang, in the Senate, you admitted that in the Senate, somebody, Mr. Lincoln Ong, said you lent money. Money, Mr. Lincoln Ong said that. Now you're saying it's not you, but your friends. What is the truth?
你现在说呢，不是你，而是你的朋友。那事实是什么？
你不要说，确实不是我个人的钱，都是你朋友跟朋友的。
Yeah, in actuality po, Mr. Chairman, it's the money of his friends po.
Okay. Mr. Michael Yang, are you rich? How rich are you?
你有钱人吗？你钱多少？他在问。
给他说我也做20多年生意了。 可是我在中国的信誉是很好，中国人是靠这个信誉做生意的。
Mr. Chairman, ang sabi ni Mr. Yang, he's been doing business dito sa bansa.
Ano, what kind of business? What kind of business has he been doing since 1990s to present? What kind of business?
到菲律宾，我刚来是做贸易，就是中国进货卖货。后面在岛有做这个建筑商，就是商场租赁。 后面有做一些地产。
Okay, Mr. Chairman, ang sabi po niya when he first came here, he was doing mga trading business and then eventually sa Davao, he was able to do some leasing ng mga properties and then now meron siyang mga konting real estate projects.
Okay. Kasama ba ang illegal drugs dyan?
毒品在不在范围内？
不要说我要是毒品。 不要说我从来在岛澳这么多年，大家都知道岛澳毒品是这么严格，我又在岛澳生活，怎么会做毒品？
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Yang would like to say na taga Davao po siya and we all know naman na very strict at very mahigpit dito, especially towards drugs sa Davao. So
第二，给他说总统也有警告我，只要我犯了我这个不乖犯了，他会给我打死。
对 ，and then si President back then na si Mayor Duterte po nag-warn din po sa kanya na wag papasok sa mga ganitong klaseng aktibidades kung hindi malalagot po siya kay President.
要说我从来不碰这个。
Okay,
no. Ito lang one word. Ano ba interpreter? Ano ba ang no sa Fukien? Ano ba ang no? Anong word 'yun?
不是。
Okay. Mr. Yang, are you involved in illegal drugs? Yes or no?
他只要问你是不是，你要回答是或者不是，你是不是有做？
没有
mula po.
Okay. There was a warehouse na sabi ni Colonel Asherto na raided by AIDSOT, Anti-Illegal Drug Special Operations Task Force ng PNP noong 2004. Sa'yo daw po yun. Is that your warehouse raided?
你给他说，第一我没有，第二我在马尼拉我没有在Cavite我没有任何仓库。
Hindi po sa Manila po siya, hindi rin po siya pumunta sa Cavite. Wala siyang warehouse doon.
Okay. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you keep on attending. Hindi kita bubuli, hindi ko ikaw ibabadger. We just want the truth and
Thank you.
to tell the story, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So punta na tayo next interpellation kay Wesley De Jesus, Congressman, Pilreca Party List.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, at sa ating mga kasamahan dito, isang magandang umaga. Anyway, the questions have been evolving regarding the financial and technical capability and also the RA 9184, the Government Procurement Reform Act, as well as the RA 11469 regarding the Biennial Toil as One Act. I guess may I direct my first question, Mr. Chair, to Attorney Warren Rex Leong. Mr. Chair, if you allow me, your indulgence. Okay, my first question to Attorney Warren, how do you distinguish the procurement process under the RA 9184 on emergency procurement and under the Bayanihan Act 1, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, may prepare po ako na presentation so that I can show the public visual aids po so they can better appreciate the explanation. Mr. Chairman, if you will allow me the indulgence of the Honorable De Jesus, may I present my...
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I think it's better that you will present so makita ng ating mga kababayan. Ano ba kasi nalilito tayo, even I, myself, I get confused sometimes regarding the RA 9184 and RA 11469. Go ahead, Deputy Ombudsman, Attorney Warren.
Okay. I prepare a short presentation. Bayanihan 1 as differentiated from regular competitive bidding and negotiated procurement under emergency cases in RA 9184. So what are the documentary requirements? Ito po yung mga documentary requirements natin, Your Honors. In a competitive bidding, this is public bidding, meron po tayong 2 envelopes. Ito po yung nabanggit na 2 envelope. Meron po tayong first envelope and second envelope. So first envelope po, doon po nakalagay yung registration certificate. Usually kung corporation po ito lang po yung certification nila on incorporation. The mayor's permit, tax clearance. Nandito po yung single largest completed contract, statement of ongoing contracts, income tax return, audited financial statements, and the NFCC. Yung second envelope po niya, yun po yung price proposal. As I will later on explain, makikita nyo po yung timeline kung gaano kahaba itong per bidding. So in negotiated procurement under emergency cases, ito po sa RA 9184 pa rin, ito lang po yung mga eligibility components natin. Mayor's permit, income tax return, meron po tayong omnibus sworn statement, and then conformity na po to the schedule of deliveries and technical specifications. Please note that even under negotiated procurement under emergency cases, you are already allowed to directly negotiate. I will explain that in another slide. Now here comes Bayanihan 1. What are the requirements of Bayanihan 1? Section 4K says it provides undertake the procurement of the following as the need arises in the most expeditious manner as exemptions from the provisions of RA 9184 and other relevant laws. So ang ibig po sabihin ng tenor ni Section 4K, exempted na po dapat tayo kay competitive bidding at kahit kay negotiated procurement under emergency cases na documentation. Pero hindi po nga yan ang ginawa namin. Para po masigurado ninyo na meron po kami kahit papanong due diligence, nag-require pa rin tayo ng parehong documentation kay negotiated procurement under emergency cases. So now you will see, we still required the mayor's permit, income tax return, omnibus sworn statement, and then conformity with the schedule of requirements and technical specification po, Your Honors. Please note that under Bayanihan 1, since it exempted us from RA 9184, a formal written offer or bid may be submitted but it is not required. So a formal written offer is not actually required in Bayanihan 1. Verbal agreement as to price and as to compliance of the documentation shall be sufficient basis to recommend award of contract. Ito po yung kakaiba kay Bayanihan 1. Actually, it allows verbal agreements po. So, what are the deadlines of submission? With respect to competitive bidding po, on or before the deadline of the submissions of bids as indicated in the bidding documents. Medyo stricto po talaga si competitive bidding. Si emergency procurement under RA 9184 and Bayanihan 1, pwede po during the submission of offers, evaluation of offers, even before issuance of the notice of award, or even prior to payment. Malaki po talaga flexibility niya. Why is that? Because we need the items po, Your Honor. We need the items kung saan natin mahanap because we need to address the emergency and save lives. Lalo na po sa pandemya, masyadong scarce and in dire need po yung mga items, we need to get it immediately. So brief process of competitive bidding procedure for goods under RA 9184. Ito po yung nabanggit doon sa interpellation ni Honorable Pimentel. Meron pong advertisement, pre-bid conference, submission of bids, and the opening of the envelopes. First envelope on eligibility documents and technical proposal, and then the second envelope on the actual proposal. And then you evaluate it and rank, and then do post-qual bago mag-award. Your Honors, in another slide, you will see that this one takes 26 to 136 days. If you want the lowest price that is responsive to what you're bidding for, this is the way to go. Kasi meron po tayong advertisement and everybody can join. The only setback for this kind of bidding is that it will take a while, especially kung marami po yung sumali. So 26 to 136 days. Emergency procurement of goods under RA 9184. So mabilis po ito. Pwede po ito direct negotiation. So request for quotation, submission of proposal, evaluation, and then you go negotiation, award of contract. Si PSDBM po, medyo actually siya play safe. So nagkakaroon po talaga siya ng market scanning lagi. Notwithstanding that you're allowed by the law to directly negotiate to a supplier, si PSDBM, medyo conservative siya, it still does market scanning po before it goes into negotiation. Now, Bayanihan 1. Bayanihan 1 exempts us from everything. Bayanihan 1 is misunderstood because it is only effective for 3 months po. So, naging effective lang po siya from March 25 and if I'm not mistaken, until June 24. So even po yung ating mga procurement specialists, hindi po gaano ito naiintindihan kasi hindi po nila nagamit. Majority po sa kanila hindi nakagamit ito kasi may lockdown po noon nung ginamit ito ng gobyerno. So what were the steps taken by PSDBM? So we still did market scanning. We still did request for offer. And then we negotiated. But do take note that we are allowed to go immediately to verbal agreement depending on the situation. Because there are situations, lalo na sa early moment ng procurement, walang-wala po tayong supplies, Your Honors. Nung March and April, walang-wala po tayong surgical masks. So, we evaluate and then we award contract pursuant to the mandate in Section 4K to procure in the most expeditious manner. So, timeline of activities. This is what I was saying. In regular competitive bidding, it will take us about 26 to 136 calendar days. You get the lowest calculated and responsive bid. What does that mean? If you're looking for the cheapest price possible, you advertise and you go into competitive bidding. Nandito po yung SLCC, nandito po yung NFCC na hinahanap at yung 2 envelopes po. Dito po yung titingnan kung meron kang prior experience. Ito po yung single largest completed contract. And dito po titingnan yung FS ninyo, yung financial statements, kung kaya ba ng net financial contracting capacity ng isang korporasyon. So dito po yung nag-a-apply sa regular competitive bidding. Now we go to negotiated procurement under emergency cases. 6 to 8 calendar days. What is the paramount concern? Timeliness po. Please take note that we could have procured under this if it's an ordinary emergency like sunog, baha, kaya na po ito. Pero nung nagpo-procure po tayo para sa pandemya, it appears na hindi pa rin responsive yung law na to. Kasi ang kinakailangan na is to allow the government to procure ASAP po. Nakikipag-agawan po tayo at that time kahit po sa mga pribadong ospital, pribadong kumpanya for the masks and the PPE sets. Dihado po si gobyerno dahil ang mga private corporations can pay cash immediately on delivery. And they can even pay at a premium kung tingin nila na they want to outpay you or outbid you to get the goods. So in Bayanihan 1, we can do it as fast as 2 to 5 calendar days. So very fast po. That's very responsive po. Most expeditious manner of procurement. Again, verbal agreement is allowed even by the IRR. Ang naging problema lang po natin konti sa IRR, and maybe it contributed to the confusion po, Your Honors, is that Bayanihan 1 became effective on March 25. And then the IRR came out on April 12. So although it is dated April 6, it came out on April 12. So that's a gap of 18 days, Your Honors. By that time, we were already able to procure so much. So if kung merong maybe it contributed to the confusion because ginawa rin siyang retroactive effect. And we didn't know what's inside the IRR. 18 days na po tayo nagpo-procure. So GPPB Circular 1-2020, ito po yung ating IRR. Section 3.3, if you notice the third paragraph, colored in red, pinalagay ito po dito, nandito po yung verbal agreement. During negotiations, a formal written offer or bid may be submitted but is not required. Verbal agreement on the price and compliance or commitment to comply with the legal, technical, and financial requirements of the procurement project shall be sufficient basis to recommend award of the contract to the supplier, distributor, manufacturer, contractor, or consultant. So allowed po si verbal agreement. Now, I will go to the documentation kanina kasi nakita ko si legal, technical, and financial. In emergency cases po, Your Honors, even in negotiated procurement, konti lang po talaga ang dokumentong hinihingi. Mayor's permit, we may say that's the legal requirement already. ITR, mukhang yun na po yung financial po. And then technical is the compliance on the technical specifications po. The same thing was applied to Bayanihan 1 para meron po tayong due diligence. And then with respect to supplier, with respect to whom you award it, Your Honors, there's no prohibition on awarding it to a supplier, even a distributor. Hindi po siya bawal. In fact, nandito nga siya kahit sa GPPB circular. You can award to a supplier or distributor, not necessarily to the manufacturer. Because the manufacturer usually is from China, lalo na po yung panahon na yon. So we could not directly go to it at the beginning, but we did actually. So you can award a contract to a supplier and a distributor. Malinaw po yun dito. Now, how did we protect the price? We were not required to do this, but this is why I keep on saying imposible may overpricing si PSDBM. Kasi when it came to DOH procurement, we had 3 tiers po. Meron po tayong agency procurement request, and then we confirmed the unit cost of DOH, and then we did price negotiation. So ito po yun, Your Honors. DOH submits an agency procurement request which reflects the agency's requirements. Nandun po yung item, yung quantity, unit cost, and the total cost. Dito pa lang sa agency procurement request, DOH already made their own market price analysis. They already considered yung previous buying prices nila. Like for example, kay PPE, they already considered or ought to have considered, because I really don't know for certain, pero they ought to have considered yung 3,835. And when they gave us 2,000, we knew that it was lower than the previous procurements. Now, si PSDBM, hindi naman yan basta-basta tinatanggap lang. Although pwede namin yung gamitin immediately to set the ABC. What we do is we confirm it. So we do market price analysis based on historical data pa and our own request for quotations. So we set an ABC which may be the same price as the DOH, but usually po nakakahanap tayo ng mas mababa. And then we go to the third tier. Ito po yung price negotiation. So here, before we go to direct negotiation, we already have 2 tiers. So direct negotiation with the bidder for further possible reduction on the price quoted by the bidder based on the recommended ABC. And then, nung mga panahon ng Marso at Abril po, usually yung mga suppliers, kasi maraming naghahanap, gusto nila cash on delivery. So here, we negotiate that the government cannot do that. We're apprehensive then on paying as much as possible na wag naman cash on delivery. So we negotiate the terms of payment na kahit papano, ma-reduce pa natin, and then no payment until it is delivered and inspected and accepted po. So with this system po, imposible po talaga yung overprice, Mr. Chairman. So I will now go, if you will allow me, yung sa face mask. Kasi paulit-ulit po siya na itatanong, you will see here the price freeze. It was asked kung bulto-bulto ang pagbili namin, bakit po na mas hindi naman ganun kagrabe yung pagbaba ng presyo from 28 pesos. I want to point out, Your Honor, that this is actually also a price freeze. Nung mga panahon po na yon, yung mga presyo sobrang mahal. Meron pong 40 pesos per piece, 50 pesos per piece. And second point po, Your Honor, if you buy large quantities at that time, naka-lockdown po tayo per LGU, per province, and then wala pong mga eroplano. So if we get it from China, it is actually a problem to have it sent here. Kaya nung mga panahon na yon, yung presyo talaga na 28 pesos na price fee
3 minutes.
is reasonable. Okay, Your Honor. Now I will show you the suppliers. Pinakita dito yung 27.72, pero makikita nyo po later on December, meron na po tayong 1.47, 1.49, 1.97. So law on supply and demand. Ito po ang mga domestic bidders. Ito po yung mga gustong benta sa gobyerno. Makikita nyo po ito sa DTI. Makikita nyo na June 2, 2020, doon pa lang pumasok ang coverall ni Reliance Cooperative. Makikita mo si Medtex, July 27 na siya nag-apply. So if you will notice, wala tayong mga domestic bidders na nag-qualify nung early March and April. Makikita nyo po ang mga face mask natin, later on na po nagpasukan. Again, you can visit this in DTI. And if you will notice the domestic bidders list, wala po tayong kompletong 10-piece set, Your Honor, na minamanufacture dito po sa Pilipinas. That is all, Your Honor. I hope I met the time constraint. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Ombudsman Leong. Presley, Congressman, your time is up.
Huh? Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, I waited for 2 hours and a half. So, yeah.
Oh, no. They already consumed 30 minutes of our time, so it was allocated to you, sir.
Can I have at least last question, Mr. Chair? Because I waited for so long, and at least I'll be entitled.
One question. One question only, boss.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, Deputy Ombudsman Warren. So the Bayanihan Act lessened the requirements and did away with the submission of the documentary requirements under RA number 9184, such as the SEC or DTI registration, statement on completed and ongoing government contracts, audited financial statement, and not net financial contracting capacity. In lieu of this, how can we protect yung interest po ng gobyerno? Kasi sa presentation nyo kanina, I was enlightened. Were you able to present that in the Senate, Deputy Ombudsman, before you answer my question? Yung presentation mo, napakaganda, malinaw eh. Were you able to present that?
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't able to present that, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Yeah, because if you only presented that, maliliwanagan ng lahat. So, if I were you, just in case mapataw kayo, present mo yun. Kasi napaganda. Even I was enlightened for that. So again, how can we protect the government interest? Paano natin mapoprotektahan yung pera ng gobyerno? Anyway, we are in pandemic. I know, Bayanihan Act 2/1, yun ang mag-prevail. So, paano ba natin mapoproteksyonan? Even though meron tayong emergency, we have a crisis of the pandemic.
Well, Your Honor, as an accountant, Your Honor, ang pinaka-protection po talaga doon, hindi tayo magbabayad kung hindi po dumating yung produkto. So wala po tayong binayaran na hindi dumating, hindi po na-inspect at hindi po na-deliver sa atin, Your Honor. So yun po yung pinaka-garantiya natin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, sa second round, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes. Succeeding round, you will have again 20 minutes. May we call on Honorable Ferdinand Gaite? Are you here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
I'm okay. Pasensya na po. Precautions na lang kasi nga, nabanggit ko na sa inyo. Anyway, Mr. Chair, I have some questions taking off from my previous
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would like first to manifest that since nagkaroon nga po ng hearing sa Senate Blue Ribbon Committee and the officials of Pharmaly had testimonies under oath and now are part of public record. I move that the testimonies of Pharmaly, in particular, the officials of Pharmaly,
Yan na yun. Yan na yung sinasabi sa...
included as part
Mumove. Deny mo. I object ka mo.
of our hearing here in the House of Representatives under our good committee, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, narinig po ako. Mr. Chair.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I raise a point of clarification?
Mr. Chair, can you be heard? Hindi tayo marinig.
May I raise a point of clarification?
Adopt the proceedings of the Senate because this is a totally different chamber. Under the Constitution, the legislative power is vested in Congress, which consists of the Senate and the House of Representatives. Under Section 21 of Article 6, the Senate or House of Representatives or any of its committees may conduct inquiries in aid of legislation in accordance with its duly rules of procedure. So the investigations of the Senate and that of the Executive are totally separate, although on similar issues. Mr. Chair, marami na ho tayong ginawang mga investigasyon or inquiries on same issues. Marami na ho tayong sa Dengbaksya. There was a committee inquirer in the Senate. There was also a committee inquirer in the lower house. But then, hindi pwedeng kokopyahin natin yung proceedings or can adopt the proceedings. We have our own rules. In our own rules of in the conduct of inquiry, and we cannot adopt what the investigation being conducted by the Senate. It is the direction of our committee whether or not we also need document information which we can ask from our resource persons if needed. So the direction of the Senate could be totally different from the direction of our investigation. Why will we adopt the proceedings of the Senate when we are totally separate chambers? So therefore, Mr. Chair, I object to the motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congresswoman, Deputy Speaker.
Given the time to clarify my motion, Mr. Chair.
Where is after Congresswoman Herrera, you will have the floor.
Mr. Chair.
One at a time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also object to the motion considering marami pa pong mga congressman na gusto magtanong, marami pa pong gusto magpalabas ng lahat ng sitwasyon na pumapalibot dito, at tayo po may mga sariling opinion dito sa House of Representatives. I object to that motion because hindi niya nilalagay ang independence ng House of Representatives with the Senate. Meron po tayong sariling pagkakaintindi, meron po tayong sariling pamamaraan ng pag-iimbestigasyon dito at hindi po nararapat na mag-adapt tayo ng kung ano man ang ginawa nila sa Senado. So I object to that motion, Mr. Chair, and I think that motion is really out of order.
Yes, Congresswoman Gaite, Congressman Gaite.
Yes. To clarify, this representation did not state that we adopt the proceedings. What this representative stated were the testimonies of family representatives, officials, which are under oath and part of the public documents. I did not state that the proceedings will be adopted. Only the testimonies of the officials of family, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Pimentel.
We have our own resource persons. We have our own interpellators. Bakit natin i-adapt yung proceedings nila?
Okay.
Whatever document.
The chair will rule na, Congressman Pimentel. In light of the foregoing, I rule to deny the motion of Congressman Gaite because we are a bicameral. Two houses separate and distinct from one another. I so rule. Please pursue your interpellation and avoid any other referral to this previous motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It still surprises this representation why we have been referring to the ongoing Senate hearing. We have been raising concerns referring to the ongoing statements and testimonies, and yet, Mr. Chair, di ko pa maintindihan bakit hindi natin pwedeng tanggapin dahil ito nga po ay part na nga ng public records. Nevertheless, Mr. Chair, I still have some questions. Regarding, I understand we have representatives from formerly Mr. Chair, tama po ba?
Yes, kompleto po sila.
Salamat po. Tanong po sa kinatawa ng formerly Mr. Huang Tzu Yen or Mr. Lincoln Ong. Again, during the Senate hearing, they admitted that they borrowed money from a Michael Yang. So, tinanong na po ito noon, how much did Mr. Yang lend formally, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Yang, you should answer the question of Congressman Gaite. Mr. Yang? Hello? Mr. Michael Yang?
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please answer. How much did you loan formerly Lincoln Ong for his transaction?
他们在问 Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to clarify the question. When you say the word loan, that is in his personal capacity, tama po ba?
Mr. Gaite, please, please engage the interpreter. Personal and corporate capacity.
Pasensya na po. Na-unmute po ako. Ayan, narinig po po ako. Narinig po ako, Mr. Chair. Na-unmute po ako.
Narinig ka na dyan.
Okay, thank you. Based on the testimony in the Senate hearings, it was explained that according to the testimony of Mr. Wang Zhu-Yen and Mr. Lincoln Ong of Family, that they borrowed money from Michael Yang. So how much did Mr. Yang lend formally, Mr. Chair?
他们想知道，因为上次的听证会，他在问你，他问你呢，就是说，上次的听证会黄子源那边说他有跟你借钱。
我跟他说，没办，你跟他说我要解释一下。
Mr. Chairman, we would like to make a clarification po.
你跟他说，我想补充一下。 他说，当时他们来找我，我给他们介绍，还有用信力担保，因为我们中国信力担保我是没有天机，是用原生说你相信他。
所以你说你当时他们找你是你做一个，
照我这个讲，
你说，我现在写。
不要说你要补充一下，不要说他们当时来找我，我们是给他介绍，后面他们。 基金不够，我中国有朋友给他电机，让他在中国电机。可是我有给他中间用信力担保，说这个领域没关系，叫他放心，他们这个是有这个单的。好，我再等一下，我再补充。
So Mr. Chair, Mr. Yang said that when Lincoln approached, he referred him to friends, diba, who would be able to assist them financially. So what Mr. Yang did was to give parang towards his friends, he was like an assurance, he gave his assurance with respect to the credibility of the borrower or sila Lincoln. And also I would like to add
我当时中国朋友给他们电机，帮他们垫付，朋友有叫我跟他们做一个这个补充备忘录，这个是不是教授你们说的这个合同跟这个协议
？Okay, and then Mr. Chair, to add, ang sabi ni Mr. Yang when he gave yung friends na assurance about that Lincoln On would be able to pay them, his friends asked him to do a sort of parang memorandum of agreement between him and Lincoln. So Mr. Yang would like to clarify, is this the document or the agreement that you were asking po kanina, or would this qualify as the agreement or contract that you were asking earlier?
Mr. Chair, can I clarify?
Yes, continue. You have 10 minutes, 9 minutes.
Mr. Chair, medyo nadidelay yung aming pagtatanong dahil sa interpretation. Ang tanong ko lang muna, Mr. Chair, hindi ko pa talaga marunong mag-Tagalog o mag-Cebuano si Mr. Yang kasi nahihirapan tayo sa interpretation. Tumatagal. Marunong naman mag-Tagalog o mag-Cebuano si Mr. Yang.
他在问你会不会 Tagalog 或者 Cebuano？
你跟他说我Tagalog是平时家常用的，没办法教。
Mr. Chairman, very basic po yung Tagalog ni Mr. Yang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sige, since we need an interpreter, doon nga sa question whether directly
Congressman Gaite, baka marunong ka mag-Fokien para mabilis din.
yun lang di ako marunong. Mr. Chair, dahil mas importanteng maunawaan ito ng mamamayang Pilipino, kaya dapat either sana sa sarili nating wika natin maipaliwanag ang mga usapin ito, Mr. Chair. Kaya nga, ang tanong natin, magkano, kung hindi sila nagpautang directly, you say that you referred them to friends who made the effort to let them borrow certain amounts. You say that there was a memorandum of agreement, which you essentially, tama ba pagkaintindi ko, kayo po yung guarantor. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Yang?
他在问你是不是作为他这个担保吗？
你刚刚说这个不是我们当时是用信誉担保。你
Yeah.
刚刚说中文是一样的，我们聊的是中文，可是我是用信誉，我没有给他签字担保。
Okay. Mr. Chair, in terms of the word kasi sa Chinese na tanpao, it means differently po sa English. Kasi what Mr. Yang did was just to give an assurance to his friends of the credibility of Mr. Lincoln Ong.
Mr. Chair, as someone who will make that assurance, magkano yung assurance at magkano halaga? Kasi yun ang gusto namin ma-determine. Magkano yung halaga ng assurance na binigay ni Mr. Yang na kayang bayaran ng Family Corporation, Mr. Chair?
So you're asking kung magkano po yung assurance or yung halaga na amount na inassure niya para sa kanila Lincoln Ong. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
所以他想知道你到底给他们就是担保我们做的保证嘛，多少个金额？你给你的朋友保证多少金额嘛？所以他们能借钱给这个领域。
刚刚说这个钱是他跟他们两个即将，我是介绍我是中间给信誉担保的，我没有。
Your Honor, ang sabi po ni Mr. Yang, he recommended po si Lincoln to his friends, sila na po yung nag-negotiate in terms of kung ano man yung amount and all the details.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, ang sinasabi po, which medyo hard to believe, is that you made this guarantee without knowing the financial amounts necessary for the transaction to proceed. Normally, kahit sa mga ibang transaction, alam mo yung capacity ng ating mga suppliers. Para ikaw, bilang isang assurer, ay alam mo rin ang kakayanan. Pero iba na yung information na nakukuha natin. Ilang minuto na lang, pero I'd just like to point out, no, yung sinasabi pa rin kanina nire-raise yung issue ng expeditious manner in which these transactions will be made. I believe that totoo kailangan expeditious, but must still comply with the minimum requirements as provided for by the GTB resolutions. Ang sinasabi pa ulit-ulit, kahit expeditious, dapat legally, technically, and financially capable. We believe, Mr. Chair, that the Family Corporation did not fulfill these requirements. Nagkaroon ng circumvention na dapat tinignan yung capacity nila, considering that the family, based on records, only had 625,000 paid up capital, which is definitely malayo doon sa amount o halaga ng kanilang gustong i-supply sa PSDBM. Kaya Mr. Chair, we believe merong sa trabaho po ng ating committee, meron kami naniniwala na merong nagaganap na violation sa Republic Act ng sa usapin ng graft and corruption, no? Sa Republic Act 6713 na merong violations ng provision regarding financial and material interest. Ganun din sa usapin ng violations, no? Doon sa procedure, despite the questionable period in which these transactions were made prior to the issuance of the GPPB circulars, ang dapat na ginamit pa rin ay yung GPPB resolution dated March 3, I believe, March 20 of 2020, which should have been the basis for the negotiated contracts. Kaya, Mr. Chair, we believe that, again, maraming involvement dito, no? Yung sinasabi, we'd like also to manifest that overpricing is not just the only issue. Dapat sa lowest bidder mapupunta kahit hindi siya nagpas doon sa government market analysis of pricing, pero kung ito ay hindi yung lowest bidder, we believe that there's still a violation of the process of negotiated contracts. You know, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Gaite. Next manifest before Congressman Suarez. 2 minutes, Congressman Pidog Garbin. Congressman Pidog Garbin, 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, for the past hearings, previous hearings, including today's hearing, Mr. Chair, we've been talking about issues about overpricing and the legality of the purchase made through the PPEs and the MAS. And, just to summarize, Mr. Chair, the findings of facts and establish conclusions that we arrive, of course, with regard to the overpriced, Mr. Chair, according to the testimonies from the COA, Chair Mike Aguinaldo and the COA resident auditor of the Department of Health said that there was never any finding of the overpricing in the COA report. Even in the Senate, that was acknowledged also in their hearings. Now, the DBM, PS, and former procurement director, Attorney Leong, explained that the highest price of face masks that were bought by the DBM PS was lower than the price ceiling set by the DOH and the DTI of 25 pesos a piece. And the price of 13.50, Mr. Chair, presented by EMS in the Senate hearing was a price for a face mask to be delivered in June and not in April. And this was clearly stated by Mr. Ferrer, the president of EMS, who admitted that the price they offered was not the face mask to be delivered immediately in April, but for face mask to be delivered 2 months after or in June, because they had no capability to manufacture and deliver the face mask at that time. And to the PPE issue, Mr. Chair, this was also the established facts from the previous and now the hearings that we are conducting, that the PPE sets on the other could not have been overpriced, since the DOH PPE sets in 2015 and 2016 was double the cost during a time when there was no global shortage and no global pandemic. So, Mr. Chair, it was explained also further that the prices of the face masks and the PPE started to come down from a peak during March and April, because supply started to come in and local manufacturers could already manufacture and supply the face mask, Mr. Chair. As to the legality of the purchase, it was also established, Mr. Chair, that they can resort to negotiated sale or procurement, but the provisions of Bayanihan law is complete. And therefore, Mr. Chair, we still finds that the purchase is in accordance with the law. That is my manifestation, Mr. Chair, and I hope that those conclusions and established facts would form part of the report of this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Garbin. Salamat po. Next to interpolate is Congressman J.J. Suarez of Quezon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat sa bumubuo ng komitiba at sa mga resource persons natin. I would like to commend Congressman Garbin for his manifestation, because there he clearly emphasized that indeed under the issue that we are tackling like right now, walang overprice. Okay. Now, on a separate issue, Mr. Chair, there's also another topic that we need to thresh out. And this is with regards to the issue that the PSDBM favored Chinese suppliers over that of local manufacturers in the procurement of PPEs and face masks. I would like to ask Attorney Lloyd Lau. Attorney Lloyd Lau, are you with us? Or Deputy Ombudsman Leong, are you with us? Attorney Lau.
Attorney, present, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. To the issue that the procurement of PPEs and face masks fell into the favor of Chinese suppliers. Can you shed light into this issue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we started the procurement process under Bayanihan 1 or under emergency procurement before the passage of Bayanihan 1, DOH actually transferred the procurement to PSDBM precisely because they could not procure it themselves kasi walang supply sa Pilipinas. If we remember, I think all the entire Filipino community, even the doctors and the health personnel and the frontliners would recall, last year po, kahit private sector, kahit government sector, kahit private individual, wala pong nahanap na surgical mask, PPEs, or that light, or kahit mga gloves during the time na magagamit nila sa mga hospitals or pang day-to-day nila na activity. So when it was passed to PSDBM, we tried to procure it. Legally, when you go to the Philippine market, wala pong manufacturer. If you look at it's a tawag namin bill issued by the DTI yan. DTI has records on manufacturers of these PPEs. There are 9 sets to 10 sets na binibili natin. Wala po ni isa dyan na mina-manufactured within the Philippines during the time. So lahat po ng
So in other words, Attorney Lau, what you're saying is by March of 2020, there was scarcity.
Yes.
Or not enough PPEs, face masks, and protective gear available in the Philippines.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the first incidence of the Wuhan virus was reported around November 2019 in China. Hindi pa po ito pandemic, sa China meron na. Nung tumakbo na po yung panahon, saka na po nagkaroon ng contamination ang ibang parte ng mundo. At dahil nauna magkaroon ng Wuhan or COVID-19 sa China, sila din ang unang bansa na nakagawa ng mga PPEs, ng mga protected gear, ng mga face mask, dahil naranasan nila yon. So sa makatuwid, nung nangailangan na po ang bansang Pilipinas ng protective gear, I don't think it's fair to say that we favored China because China was the only supplier of those materials at that time. And I even remember there was a news article that we read that the US government was trying to purchase face masks 3 times the value para lang mabigay ito sa mga Amerikano. So, sadyang may kakulangan nung panahong yon. Ngayon, Yusek Lau, my question. When our local industry was able to adjust and see the demand in our country, were we able to purchase locally produced face masks made in the Philippines?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There are local manufacturers who started repurposing their business to manufacture PPEs. The first one who was very aggressive is si EMS. So EMS, when he made a proposal na he was very aggressive na, kayanin ko yan, I will help the Filipino people. It was on April that he went to our office. I think he was referred to us by DTI because DTI and PSDBM together with DOI was trying to ask local manufacturers and local businessmen to help the Filipino or the Philippines produce or be self-sufficient in this matter. So nauna si EMS. So EMS actually had a contract with us despite na wala pa siyang kapasidad because he wanted to help. And in fact, we entered into a contract with him. So we entered the contract with him on mid-April. He started delivering only on June 1.
You got cut there, Attorney Lau. When did EMS start delivering? Naputol kasi yung...
June 1 po. June 1 po siya nag-start na mag-deliver.
So what you're saying is April, May, June, 3 buwan bago nakapag-deliver.
Technically 2 months po. 2 months.
2 months, okay.
60 days. And he started delivering at least 1 million, abot siya ng 2 million, hanggang nag-stabilize tayo ng 8.5. That's what we've been raising before, kahit sa Senate inquiry, that when we started buying from local manufacturer like EMS, we stopped procuring from importers or foreign suppliers with respect to surgical masks. Then later on po, I think sometime mid-October or September, meron din isang manufacturer, I think it's a construction company, Sunwest Construction, had the aggressiveness also to say, oh we will be producing N95 masks, which was very scarce during the time. And when they made that proposal to DTI, which was endorsed to us, we also were very happy. And that's the time we also procured to them the locally manufactured N95 masks. And when we started buying from them, wala na tayo bumili, hindi na po tayo, we already refrained from buying imported.
So, yun po yung sinasabi ni Congressman Garbin kanina, that it was around middle part of 2020 when prices started to decrease, to stabilize, because supply started to increase.
Yes,
and you mentioned our local manufacturers started to produce as well.
Yes, yes, that is
okay.
Exactly.
Very good. So, and you mentioned also, Attorney Lau, that can you just tell me how many companies were awarded supply contracts for PPEs and for face masks respectively?
Sa PPEs po, umabot po tayo ng at least 17 companies.
17?
PPEs.
72.
Yes.
Okay, next. Sa face mask naman?
Face mask, we have at least 8 companies. Consistent companies po na nag-deliver sa atin.
8 kumpanya.
Yes po.
Yung Pharmaly po ba siyang may pinakamalaking nakuhang supply contract?
No po. No. Pharmaly, we're only having deals, contracts with them. We dealt with them, I think, early on the pandemic because we were dependent on importation. Later on po, their sales became insignificant. Actually, sa surgical face mask, I think 0.4 or 4% lang yung supply nila, na total supply sa entire demand ng Philippines. Kasi I think the biggest is an importer, local importer, si Hafid and Erasmus. And the second biggest is si EMS, which is a local manufacturer. That is with respect to...
Is it safe to say that the allegations that Pharmaly was the preferred supplier incorrect?
Yes, that is very inaccurate statement.
Inaccurate. Thank you very much, Yusek Lau. I just want to make a manifestation before I proceed with my questions, Chairman. It has come to my attention that, and it breaks my heart, that photos of children were posted on a Senate hearing of supposed owners of Farmally. Tapos pinakita rin din po doon yung di umanong mga sasakyan na pagmamayari ng bumubuo ng kumpanyang Farmally. I have to say this, Mr. Chair, because I think it is not right. Kasi unang-una wala namang kinalaman yung mga bata. Pangalawa, kung meron man pong mga nag-iisip ng hindi maganda, na sana naman po hindi mangyari. At ipagdadasal ko po na sana hindi mangyari. Sa laki ng pondong pinag-uusapan at sinasabi na natanggap o ano man yon, Mr. Chair, I hope that we as legislators be more prudent in showing, in exhibiting documents, photos, or whatever, because this may cause undue danger, stress to the families involved. So anyway, I will continue, Yusek Lau. Attorney Lau. Earlier it was mentioned that
10 minutes, Congressman Suarez.
2 minutes? 10, okay. Earlier it was mentioned that Farmally in the middle of 2019 had a capitalization of 625,000. Why did you award that contract to Farmally despite these facts?
First, when we initially awarded at least yung 500,000 face masks, the reason we awarded it is a judgment call. It's a judgment call. Kasi kailangan natin ng mask. Merong tao nag-deliver ng mask. It is no longer incumbent upon my person to ask, kaya mo bang mag-deliver? May financial capacity ka ba to deliver? Because the items are already on hand. That's why we ask him, kung totoo kaya mo mag-deliver, sabi mo on hand, pakita mo. Prove to us that you have it on hand. Kasi madaling magsabi na meron akong stock. And true to his word, on the 25th day, on March 25, after office hours, nag-show proof siya sa PSDBM. Pinadala niya doon, pinakita niya na nandun ang item. In fact, he left it there as proof na on hand siya. So that by itself is more than enough. Di ba? Kasi kung financial capacity ang pag-uusapan, we will check. Pag nag-promise ka, kaya mo ba mag-deliver? May pera ka ba talagang bumili para ibigay sa amin or ibenta sa amin? But on this instance, dala na niyo yung items. So that is more than enough. It's not an issue of financial capacity already. It's already an issue of the items that existing. Because during the time when Bayanihan 1 was passed, ang primordial purpose talaga, bakit ginawa itong batas ng Kongreso at ng Senado, is to make sure as early as possible time or the soonest possible time, makarating ang mga PPE. Kasi nga, during that time, as of April 2 only, 17 doctors have already died.
Okay, thank you very much, Attorney Lau. We've already explored and exhausted that point anyway, yung requirements sa Panomonion. Next question, what other documents did Farmally submit to your office?
They submitted income tax return, which is proof that they are doing business in the Philippines. Mayor's permit, which proves that they are duly registered in an LGU where their principal office is located. And the omnibus sworn statement is proof that they know the technical specifications of the items that we are.
Are these all required by law?
No. During emergency cases, negotiated procurement, especially on Bayanihan 1, these items, these documentary these documents which we required are not mandated by law to be provided to us. Hindi po siya required, in short.
Okay. So now, how will you be able to determine the legal capacity of Farmally?
One, we will know that they have legal capacity is if they are registered with the local with an LGU, kasi doon sila naka-office. Pangalawa, ITR, nagbabayad sila ng tax. It means they are operating. So with those two facts, that is enough to know that they have legal standing. Diba? Kung tao, birth certificate. Kung sila, meron silang mayor's permit. They are existing. They have a principal base of business and nagbabayad sila ng ITR.
Okay. So, what about their financial capacity?
With respect to financial capacity, one, in the first place, it is not required under Bayanihan 1, neither in emergency cases or negotiated procurement. Ang ginamit natin na patayan yan talaga is whether or not they have the stocks on hand. It's the issue on the capacity to deliver. And the fact that they are already having the items ready for delivery, it solves a lot of multiple questions.
So ang sinasabi po ninyo, Attorney Lau, what is paramount is the availability of stocks rather than the qualification of suppliers. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because that's what the law intended us to do, to make sure that we get the items fast, expeditiously is the term.
Which we did.
Which we did. We are able to get it very, very fast, and we were able to deliver these items to DOH and respectively arrive to the respective doctors, health personnel, and frontliners.
Attorney Lau, kilala mo ba yung stockholders ng Farmally?
No.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, sir.
Don't forget, you're under oath, huh?
Yes, sir. I know.
Did you know that the directors of Farmally sought the help of Michael Yang?
No, Mr. Chair.
Do you know Michael Yang?
No, I do not know him, Mr. Chair.
Do you know Wang Zhu Yen, yung chairman ng Farmally?
No, Mr. Chairman. I do not know.
Have you met him?
No, Mr. Chairman.
You have not met him?
I haven't met him, Mr. Chairman.
Did you award contracts to other suppliers other than Farmally?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
These were the ones that you enumerated earlier, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
3 minutes. So, with that being said, Attorney Lau, thank you for your time. No? With that being said, Mr. Chairman, kaya ko po gustong i-stress yung point na ito ay unang-una po ay pinalalabas po kasi na overpriced. Napatunayan natin hindi. Sinasabi naman nila ngayon favored yung isang kumpanya. Malinaw naman po na hindi naman favored yung kumpanya. In fact, meron mga kumpanya na mas malaki pa po ang natanggap na supply contract. Sinasabi naman po na doon naman po sa pag-award ng kontrata ay questionable po. Malinaw po na ayon na rin po sa batas, sumunod naman po sa proseso. So, Mr. Chair, following your call and the statements that you made earlier, I hope that we can really put an end to this topic already. I mean, what else do we need to show? Obviously, from where I stand, it's starting to become and be used as a political circus already. When our resource persons here, the Secretary of Health, I think Secretary Galvez is also here, may mga representatives pa sa DOH, Vince Dizon is here, they should be attending to COVID and pandemic. Instead of attending to COVID and pandemic, they're attending committee hearings for issues that we have already showed and clearly explained na wala naman pong problema. So, wag na po natin aksayin sana yung panahon at oras ng mamamayan sa mga bagay-bagay na kung may nakikita silang mali, di maghablaan na lang. Kaso lang, tutukan natin yung problema ng bayan, which is COVID response and the pandemic, Mr. Chair. So again, Mr. Chair, thank you. My time is up, but I will again request that I be included in the next round. So, Mr. Chair, before I end, I would like to congratulate you earlier on your statement of courage and bravery in handling the Committee of Good Governance.
Thank you, Congressman Suarez. Thank you again for your kind words. Next to interpret is Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. Gabriela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, sa mga committee hearings, these have further raised more questions which must be answered by formally. Nasa interest po ng taong bayan na alamin ang kwento ng financial dealings ng formally. Hindi lang po ito usapin ng questionable procurement at pricing, Mr. Chair. Now, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask Mr. Lincoln Ong, the formally director, sino-sino po, kanina po kasi narinig ko si Mr. Yang, sino-sino po sa mga kaibigan ni Mr. Yang ang nagpautang sa inyo at magkano ang inutang?
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po, ma'am. Ma'am, as to your question about who assisted us financially, in fact, Mr. Yang already mentioned that we have signed like a supplementary agreement, but in the agreement there's an NDA clause. There's NDA clause, so I cannot just disclose it to the public, Your Honor.
So hindi nyo po ma-disclose, pero merong agreement at merong kasulatan. So hindi nyo rin po sasabihin kung magkano yung ipinautang sa inyo ng mga kaibigan ni Mr. Yang, ganun po ba?
Mr. Chair, I have to respect the privacy and I have to respect the agreement that we signed. And then I think as to how we fund it, how we do business, as long as nag-commit kami sa gobyerno and then we delivered, I don't think it's a problem anymore.
Paano po ninyo na-assemble yung amount, no? Para dito sa transaction na ito, Mr. Chair. Kahit gano'n na lang, siguro sagutin tayo ni Mr. Lincoln Ong.
Mr. Chairman, Madam, again, to answer your question, I seek help. The company asked me to seek help from Mr. Yang. And then we bid on the project, we were awarded the project, we took the risk. And then we seek help from Mr. Michael Yang, and we delivered. And as to how we delivered, it's a series of internal work, hard work. Importante po, nakarating po ang mga produkto para sa mga health workers. Hindi po nila kailangan magsuot ng mga raincoat. Yun po ang talagang mission na ginawa namin para sa bayan.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask kung po pwede bang sabihin kung cash ba ang binigay that was sent to formally or bank transfers, cheque?
Mr. Chairman, internal finance, I think it's internal finance matter. I would have to respect the privacy or of the people involved, and also we have bank secrecy law. I cannot just divulge information that will be connect to other individuals or entities.
Okay, Mr. Chair, based on Farmali's financial statements, its net income as of December 31, 2020 surged to 264.65 million as of December 31, 2020 from just 625,000 in January 1, 2020. 42,244% increase ito, Mr. Chair. Can the formerly executive or Mr. Lincoln Ong, kung nandyan ka pa, confirm these figures?
Mr. Chair, about yung mga accounting or mga FS, I'm not really familiar or I'm not privy with those aspects.
Pero Mr. Chair, ito ay mula sa formerly Pharmaceutical Corporation Statement of Cash Flows ninyo for the year ended December 31, 2020 na nakuha natin sa BIR. So alam niyo po dapat ito. Pinapa-confirm ko lang po kung tama yung figures na mula 625,000 naging 264.65 million ang surge.
Mr. Chair, if it's on record, I believe it should be correct.
Again, Mr. Chair, the formerly Pharma's cash in bank stand at 44.869 million as of end 2020, a 7,285% increase from just 599,450 in 2019. Again, this is a 7,385% increase po in the amount of cash held by formerly in banks. Can you again confirm these figures, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman, can we defer the question to Mr. Huang, because Mr. Huang is more familiar with this aspect in the
Mr. Wang, please answer, President.
Mr. Chairman, our financial statements are prepared by our third-party accounting firm. And as of the record shown, I think we believe that is the correct numbers presented. Right now, we wish to reiterate that we are still in checks by the BR at this moment in time since this hearing started. All the government agencies are upon us to check on these figures. However, we believe that there is an appropriate forum where these private data are discussed, but we wish to iterate that we are fully compliant with the regulations, and we are fully cooperative with any investigations thrown at us in the right forum. However, as to the numbers, in the very private confidential numbers protected by the laws, we wish to not be able to discuss this in a very public setting. However, on the issues of the transactions with the government, we are fully cooperative and we would be able to present any documentation.
11 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, importante po ito na malaman natin kasi Mr. Chair, in the statement of cash flows, for example, no, sa 2019, 625,000 yung nakalagay sa cost of sales, no, yung kanilang figures. Pag i-compare po natin ito sa freight and shipping, lumalabas na 9,749,605 yung ginastos. Mr. Chair, malayong-malayo yon sa 625,500, no? So, ibig sabihin, saan kinuha ito? Itong pera na ito, Mr. Chair. Ano ang ipinambayad, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, may the Honorable Representative repeat her question in English? I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chair. In the formerly Pharmaceutical Corporation Statement of Cash Flows, lumalabas po sa cost of sales ninyo, number 12, nakalagay, no, page 11, number 12, ang nakalagay po, 2019 ay meron kayong, ang account ninyo consists of cost of inventory, freight and shipping, duties and taxes, nakalagay. Sa freight and shipping pa lang po, 9 million, halos 10 million na no, yung amount. 625,000 yung coming from a figure of only 625,000.
I'm very sorry, Madam Congresswoman. I don't understand Tagalog in these matters. I'm very apologize for that.
Okay, Mr. Chair. You don't understand. Sige, i-review nyo na lang po yung sa statement of cash flows ninyo. I will go to Mr. Chair. Lumalabas din sa financial statement ng Pharmally, 33.13 million in its operating general and administrative expenses were in the form of donations. This is 79% of its total operating expenses, Mr. Chair. How come 79% of your operating expenses were in the form of donations? Hindi naman po charitable institution ang Pharmally. And more importantly, saan po dinala yung donations na ito? Sino po ang beneficiaries, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman, I think if my understanding of the question is right, is why is the bulk of our operations, mainly 73% is in donations. I think the company has been, we are a startup company. I think that is the main concern. We have a very small workforce, and since it's a startup, as we declared that we are only incorporated in 2019, there was not a lot of expenses on the operation side. And when the COVID hits, I think the shareholders and the corporate officers felt that it was necessary to contribute to the society, despite having not much operation at the start of 2020. And therefore, a bulk of that our operation is in the form of donations, which are accompanied by diesel donations and delivery receipts at the minimum. And as to why we have the small part of that proportion being just operation expenses, I can say that we can say that the company only has 7 staffs. Most of the operations is mastered by these staff. We are very nimble. We take on the tasks as collectively, and therefore there was not a lot of expenditure on this end.
Mr. Wang, I'll cut you kasi baka maubusan akong oras. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask kung merong AMLAC rep dito sa ating resource person, Mr. Chair. Anti-Money Laundering Council, Mr. Chair.
Wala po dito, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, mahalaga po sanang matanong natin yung AMLAC, kung may naging intervention sila or at least monitoring ng financial transactions ng Pharmally, given the facts na mga kino-confirm ngayon. Mr. Chair, gusto po nating matanong if at any point nag-receive ng suspicious transaction reports or notifications from the banks of Pharmally sa mga maaaring questionable transactions. Kasi lumobo ang cash nito sa bangko. Bilyones ang labas-pasok sa financial accounts. Now, what did the AMLC do on this, Mr. Chair? So we may we ask, Mr. Chair, the AMLAC?
Tawagan mo si Hill. Opo, we will invite in the Monday hearing, next hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
2 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, those are my questions. Tapos directed na po kasi sa AMLAC yung mga susunod pong tanong, Mr. Chair.
Next to interpolate is the Honorable Bernadette Herrera of Party List. Okay na. Party List BH.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, my question, Mr. Chair, is addressed to the GPPB. Andito po ba sila?
Executive Director.
So my question is to GPPB Executive Director. Tatanong ko lang po through you, Mr. Chair, yung circular number 01-2020, hindi ba siya nagko-conflict dun sa RA 11469 natin, particularly in Section 4K?
Pangalan? Ma'am?
Present na lang po yung Executive Director. Melissa Santiago yan.
Melissa Santiago.
Kay DepSec dyan na lang.
Executive Director.
Deputy Executive Director Melissa. Is she around, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, I'm here po.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, tanong ko ulit, yung circular na inisyu nyo, yung number 01-2020, hindi ba siya nagko-conflict dun sa RA 11469, particularly 4K?
Yes po. For the circular po, the GPPB issued the same based on the directive of the President to our Chair, DBM Secretary Avisado. So this was issued based on Section 4K po of the Bayanihan 1 po.
Pero yung inisyu nyo, hindi ba siya lumagpas dun sa provisions ng RA 11469? Kasi
wala naman po.
Mr. Chair, kasi parang nagre-require kayo yung inyong Section 3.3 dun sa inyong GPPB circular ay nag-require ng mas malaki dun sa provided for by the law.
The GPPB po issued the circular based on the directive of the President that there be provisions on streamlined procurement process and then to ensure the price
Malinaw,
negotiation.
simple lang po yung katanungan ko. Hindi ba mas lumagpas kayo dun sa saklaw ng batas, dun sa pag-issue nyo? I know that it's the directive of the President.
Yes po.
Pero meron tayong batas na RA 11469 that you cannot amend it through a circular. Yun lang po yung gusto kong malaman.
Mr. Chairman, this is Executive Director Luis. May I be allowed to respond, Mr. Chairman?
Please proceed, Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman, if the question, if I got it correct, was that if the GPPB circular went beyond the law, the answer hindi po. It followed po the provision of the law that the procurement will be exempted from RA 9184. Kung kaya po wala po kayong makikita dun sa circular that it says that RA 9184 will be complied. In fact, marami pong provision doon, even if you compare with the emergency procurement under RA 9184, nakakaiba po. If you'd allow me, Mr. Chairman, to exemplify ano po yung mga provisions na yun.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Chair, if you may allow her.
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly po, unang-una, hindi po natin require ang posting sa PhilJets. Requirement po yan even under emergency procurement under RA 9184. The reason for this po, in-anticipate natin, may mga supplier tayo na hindi pa registered, pero maaaring sila yung makapag-provide sa ating gobyerno ng mga supplies. Pero to balance this po, nagkaroon po kami ng GPPB online portal na nirecognize din po ng Kongreso sa Bayanihan 2 at saka sa Vaccine Procurement Law. So yun po, isa po yun, yung pag hindi natin pag-require ng PhilJets registration. Let me also clarify din po na as shown po earlier ni Deputy Ombudsman Yong, yung pong emergency procurement na modality natin sa RA 9184 is direct negotiation. Wala na pong dadali pa doon, so to speak, when it comes to procurement. Kasi hindi na nga po kayo nagpapasabit ng bids. However, gusto ko rin pong ma-clarify na hindi po tamang sabihin na hindi na tayo required na mag-market scoping kapag emergency. Tandaan po natin na nakalagay sa Bayanihan 1, expeditious, pero making sure po na hindi po malulugi ang gobyerno. And the only way po for us to make sure na meron tayong sapat na pondo para makapag-negotiate under bayanihan procurement is kailangan po malaman natin kung ano mga available prices sa merkado. Kung kaya po, nakalagay din po yon sa ating circular na hindi lamang po na kailangan natin tignan ano yung available sa merkado para makapag-negotiate tayo, ikumpara po natin sa historical data ng agency or kung may mga DTI prices. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, tinitingnan ko kasi, Mr. Chair, sa Section 3.3. Yung Section 3.3 ng GPPB circular na sinasabi nyo na kailangan procure na doon sa legally, technically, and financially capable supplier, distributor, manufacturer, contractor, and consultant. So parang nagpa-fall siya doon sa RA 9184 po natin.
Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed to respond.
Yes, please.
Yan po ay tugon doon sa provision din po na kailangan siguraduhin natin na yung ating bibilan, hindi po tayo maloloko. Kasi po importante na pag bibili tayo, makapag-deliver. Kung kaya nga po, in the earlier testimonies po, even ni Deputy Ombudsman Yong at saka ni Seclaw, binanggit nila na yun din po yung mga requirements na ginamit nila to ensure na legally, ibig sabihin, totoong kumpanya. So, ang ni-require po natin dyan, years permit. Financially capable, nagbabayad ba siya ng tax? Meron ba siyang mga kakayanan base sa mga binayad niyang tax? At technically capable, kasi syempre po, kung hindi natin i-require yung technically capable, ibig sabihin, tatanggap po ba tayo ng hindi within standards na item? Yun po yung isang bagay na kailangan natin. Kaya po nilagay dyan na legally, kasi hindi tayo po pwedeng mangontrata sa hindi po totoong kumpanya or wala pong financially, kaya po meron tayong ITR requirement at technical requirement kasi po kailangan yung tatanggapin nating PPEs dahil nga po ito isang state of public health emergency ay within the standards po specified by regulatory offices. Yun po yung ibig sabihin ng provision na yun. Wala pong sinabi doon na ipa-follow natin ang public bidding provision sa 9184.
So, pero basta so klaro na kung may conflict, anong mananaig?
Saan pong conflict, Mr. Chairman?
Ng conflict or i-question yung conflict ng circular ng GPPB versus the RA 11469?
Kung meron pong conflict, syempre po yung batas ang mananaig. Okay. Pero so far po, base po sa provision niya, wala po kami makikita.
I would just like to put that on record na syempre ang mananaig dito ay RA 9184 at gusto ko lang din pong sabihin na yung yung RA 11469 po natin. And gusto ko lang po ibasahin ulit yung section 7. Nothing herein shall be construed as an impairment, restriction, or modification of the provisions of the Constitution. In case the exercise of powers herein granted conflicts with other statutes, orders, rules, or regulations, the provisions of this act shall prevail. Mr. Chair, nung pinasa naman natin yung bayanihan to heal as one, syempre nandoon naman po at alam naman po natin na dapat legal ang mga papasok na supplier. Alam naman po natin na dapat technically proficient sila. Nakasama naman po lahat doon. It's just that yung GPPB circular is medyo parang mas naging defined siya na mas na yung IRR niya mas mahigpit pa doon sa batas na pinesent or pinasa ng kaya nagkaroon ng confusion. That's why I just like to put it on record na pag kami conflict dun sa dalawa, it's the RA 11469 that will prevail. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair, through you?
Mr. Chairman, if I may be allowed to respond, kung kaya nga, I want to also perhaps also cite what po yung sinabi, ano po yung sinabi ni Yusek Lau at ni Deputy Ombudsman earlier. In fact, ginamit naman po nila yung GPPB Circular number 1 nung sila po yung nagpo-procure sa presentation nila. Kaya wala po ako makita, with all due respect to this representation and to the chairman, na conflict po ng Bayanihan 1 at ng GPPB Circular number 1. In fact, wala po kayong makitang provision doon na sinabi na magpa-follow tayo ng RA 9184.
Yes. Okay, and then siguro I think the term yung shall, I think doon nagkaroon ng issue and then kaya doon nagkakaroon ng conflict when it comes to sa Senate. Yun lang naman ang kaya gusto ko i-point out kasi because of the GPPB circular, nagkakaroon ng mali siya yung pag-process na pinagdaanan, although paulit-ulit ng sinabi ng COA na mas mahigpit pa yung pinagdaanan na procurement process, which you just said, tama, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed to respond, sabi niyo rin po with respect to the representation na klaro naman po that the bayanihan requires legally, technically, financial. Kaya wala po ako makitang conflict kung sakasakali kung nilagay po namin yung sa provision ng IRR. Sabi ko nga po kanina, wala po kaming makitang mas mahigpit na provision. Kung sakasakali naman po na magkaroon po ng issue, direct conflict po sa implementation, I guess kaya po tayo merong ombudsman, meron po tayong courts para ma-identify po kung saan po kaya yung possible na confusion. Kasi nga po, precisely kaya po namin nilabas yung IRR dahil early on the pandemic, marami na po nagtatanong sa GPPB, anong gagamitin natin issuance, even before po the bayanihan. That's the reason why po we actually made it retroactive. Para ma-cover po yung mga ginawang emergency procurement before po ma-issue yung IRR. Nabanggit nga po kanina din ni Deputy Ombudsman na in the GPPB circular, sinabi doon na nire-recognize na during price negotiation, pwedeng nag-uusap kayo about the prices. Wala ho kaming documentary requirements na hiningi. That's one thing po na gusto ko po rin ma-highlight. Wala ho kaming additional or bagong documentary requirements. Minabuti ho namin klaro at simple. Sanay na po yung mga procurement practitioners kasi ginagawa na rin po nila ito during emergency procurement. So, hindi po siya dapat kakaiba or confusing po sa ating mga practitioners.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Pero ayusin ko lang, ano sinasabi mong ginawa nyo siyang retroactive? Alin ang ginawa nyong retroactive through you, Mr. Chair?
Yun pong IRR, yung GPPB circular, niretroact po natin doon sa effectivity ng bayanihan. Sabi po kasi kanina, ni Deputy Ombudsman na 3 months lang po naging valid or ilang buwan lang po yung validity ng circular. Pinareho lang po namin siya sa validity ng Bayanihan 1. Hindi po kami pwedeng mag-go beyond ng validity ng Bayanihan 1. Kaya po yung ginamit namin validity.
Sorry, hindi ko pa rin, pakiulit, hindi ko maintindihan yung sinasabi mong retroactivity.
Yun pong circular, na-approve po siya ng April 6, if I'm not mistaken. Then when it was published, it was made a retroactive effect po from the effectivity of the bayanihan to cover po yung pong, para precisely wala pong gap dun sa provision. Kasi po, before the bayanihan, meron tayong emergency procurement under RA 9184. Nung nagkaroon po ng Bayanihan Act, magkakaroon po ng gap. Anong gagamiting IRR provision? Kaya po nilagyan po namin siya ng retroactive effect, if I'm not mistaken, in the IRR itself.
Sa pagkakaintindi ko kasi doon sa Republic Act, self-executing siya, hindi siya kailangan ng IRR.
Yes, Madam, Mr. Chair, if I may respond, as I mentioned po, the last time, we were only following the instruction in the OES memorandum for the GPPB to issue the guidelines. Kahit po siya, dahil in the law, it's the President that was authorized. And then the President to the OES po, memo, instructed us. Kaya po kami nag-issue na guidelines para mawalan po ng gap at ma-address nga po yung conflict.
Okay, yun lang Mr. Chair. Yun lang naman ang gusto kong palabasin dun sa interpellation. Thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, DS Bernadette Herrera. Next to interpellate is Congressman Hila Costa Jr. of the 3rd District of Palawan.
Thank you, Chairman Mike. My first question, Chairman, is doon tayo sa overpricing. Dahil nga ho yung titulo ng resolution na ito is a motu proprio investigation relative to the COA audit report for alleged overpricing. Now, for the COA, Mr. Chairman, this is answerable by yes or no question lang, Mr. Chair, in a very categorical manner. Is there overpricing or there is no overpricing, Mr. Chair, dito sa procurement na tinatackle natin, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. Doon po sa tanong, as I mentioned before, there is no mention of overpricing in the COA audit report of PSDBM.
So, that is clear, Mr. Chair, that in a very categorical manner, no less than the chairman of the Commission on Audit states that there is no mention of overpricing in the COA report. Correct, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Congressman, pwede magtanong ng isa, mag-interrupt?
Okay, Chairman Mike.
Ikaw tatanungin ko, pag walang overprice, paano nagkaroon ng corruption, boss?
Mike, dahil sa aking pagtatanong, Chairman Mike, doon tayo susunod dahil nga sinabi na ho ng COA, there is no overpricing. So, I will go now to the questions relative, is there any violations in relation to the procurement process, Mr. Chairman?
Please proceed.
To give us a perspective on things, Mr. Chair, in retrospect, nandiyan pa po ba si Secretary Galvez, Mr. Chair?
Sir, nag-excuse na siya.
Okay.
Secretary Galvez, are you here? Wala na po eh. Si ano lang nandito?
Okay.
Si Duque, Secretary Duque.
Okay, Mr. Chair, my question is, wala ho si Secretary Galvez, my question now is for our DOH Secretary, Secretary Duque. In retrospect, Mr. Secretary, para ho maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan, noong mga panahon na ito ay pinoprocure, what was the situation in the country relative to the COVID-19? Number one, ilan ba yung kaso nung time na ito? Number two, meron bang pangangailangan for these PPEs, for this face shield, face mask, etc., Mr. Chairman? Para ho makita natin, bakit ba kinailangan pa ng Kongreso na i-exempt yung procurement ng Bayanihan 1 in relation doon sa 9184, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Secretary, please.
Mr. Chairman, maraming salamat po, Your Honor. We were in dire straits, no? At talagang nagkukumahog tayo na maghanap ng PPEs at mga iba pang mga protective gear for our healthcare workers. And therefore, we were under very difficult circumstances, no? Kanya talagang ang pag-uutos ni Pangulo ay bilisan ang pag-angkat o pagbili ng mga PPEs dahil kailangan ng kaagarang proteksyon ang ating po mga healthcare workers. So, yan na yung umpisa natin eh. April, nagsisearch na tayo ng COVID-19. At kung hindi natin ginawa yung ginawa natin, hindi tayo nag-angkat sa lalong madaling panahon, hindi kumilos ang PSDBM sa lalong madaling panahon, ay talagang mas madami po sana tayong nagkaroon ng mga kaso natin, tumaas ang transmission rate sa mga ospital, malamang maraming na-intubate or maraming na-isolate, na-quarantine, na hindi makapasok tuloy sa ating mga ospital at posibleng magkaroon ng health systems collapse. At ito, kahit na paano, naiwasan natin kasama yung pagsasailalim sa enhanced community quarantine. Ang mga lugar mataas ang kaso ng COVID noong mga naunang panahon. Ano po?
Thank you for that, Mr. Secretary. Tama yun, Mr. Chair. I totally agree with the Secretary Duque. That is why we, as the Congress, inserted in the provisions of Bayanihan 1 papaano i-procure. Dahil nga, if we follow the normal process of 9184, kahit na gamitin natin yung negotiated alternative modes, matagal pa din, Mr. Chair. So, kaya ho, nakalagay dyan, binigyan ng kapangyarihan ang executive to do away with 9184. So, Mr. Chair, my second question to Secretary Duque. Secretary, kanina ho sinasabi ni former Yusek Lau na nagkaroon ng diferensya ng delivery from April, kung di ako magkamali, June. Ngayon, if we follow that line of thinking, Mr. Chair, paano ho kung hindi natin binili yung nandiyan na, yung 500,000 at tag-antay tayo, sabihin mo 2 buwan, 3 buwan, tsaka tayo bumili dahil mas mura at nandiyan na yung kaagarang mga supply, anong mangyayari, Mr. Secretary? Doon sa 3 buwan na kulang tayo sa face mask, kulang tayo sa PPEs natin, Mr. Chair.
Napaka mabigat na suliranin po kapag hindi natin inangkat o binili kaagad ng PSDBM yung mga personal protective equipment. No? Gaya na sinabi ko kanina, magkakaroon tayo ng health systems collapse. Maraming magkakasakit na mga healthcare workers, maraming mga mamamatay na healthcare workers, at sunod-sunod, pati yung mga pasyente na hindi po maasikaso ay magkakamatayan din. So talagang dahil sa desisyon na ito ni Pangulong Duterte na talagang kailangan mag-angkat kagad, mag-procure kagad, at sumunod ang atin mga ahensya ng pamahalaan para isakatuparan ang kagustuhan ni Pangulo, no, na mabigyan ng proteksyon ang atin po mga healthcare workers at magkaroon po ng kakayanan na gumamot at kumalinga ng ating pong mga COVID patients. No? So, yan po ay talagang tama ang desisyon ni Pangulong Duterte, minadali, whole of government approach, kanya ang DOH ay hindi naman po kayang mag-angkat sa sarili niya sapagkat ang procurement absorptive capacity ng DOH ay napakamababa. Meron po kaming sariling mga medical supplies na kinakailangan din tugunan. Halimbawa, TB, HIV, na yung pong mga bids and awards committees ng DOH, kakaunti, hindi po sila full-time. Designated work lang po ito. Kaya hindi po kakayanin ng DOH kasi wala naman pong nakakaalam na magkakaroon ng COVID. So hindi po tayo nakapaghanda for 2020 noong 2019. Ano po? Kanya talagang kinailangan ang tulong ng PSDBM. Ayun naman po ang ginawa natin. At maganda naman po ang kinalabasan dahil talagang dumating naman po yung mga personal protective equipment. Salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yun nga ho yung pinupunto natin na at that time, even as the Congress, tama ho yung sinabi ng ating secretary, minadali. Talaga hong minadali yung pag-procure dahil kailangan na. Now, Mr. Chair, I would go to the issue. Nung nakaraan, na-tackle ko na rin natin ito. Yung tanong, bakit sa PSDBM? Now, para maintindihan, Mr. Chair, ng ating mga kasama at yung ating mga kabarangay sa bawat bahay na nanonood sa atin, this is a question for PSDBM. Pwede hong sagutin ni Yusek Lau, ano ho ba yung nature ng PSDBM? Ano ho bang klaseng opisina ito? At saan ito naka-attach? At ano yung kanyang primary function? Bakit nag-request si DOH na kayo yung mag-bid ng kanilang pangangailangan, Mr. Chair?
Before answering Secretary Lau, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of additional members. Deputy Speaker Wes Gatchalian, Representative Lorna Silverio, Representative Ron Salo, Representative Pido Garbin, Vice Chair Jake Villa, Representative Virgilio Lacson, Deputy Majority Leader Bong Suntay, Deputy Speaker B.H. Herrera. Please answer the question, Yusek Lau.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I think the PSDBM staff can answer more accurately, but based on my knowledge and my work experience with PSDBM, PSDBM was created by the president, former President Ferdinand Marcos, I think under letter of instruction number 7, centralizing the procurement of certain items which are considered common supplies for the entire government. This involves yung mga coupon bonds, alcohol, tissue paper, ball pens, lamesa, the common items that the government uses from day to day. Now, during pandemic, the PSDBM was stopped because its primary function is to procure these common items. So when the PPEs were reclassified into common supplies, it allows all the agencies, national agencies, local government units, hospitals, and different departments to utilize their common supplies funds to access these items such as goggles, face shield, face mask, gloves, coverall, lab gowns, cover, lahat ito, not only DOH, but all agencies, including LGUs, can access this kasi emergency nga. Mahirapan naman sila lahat, bibili tayo, kulang na nga. So PSDBM was tasked to do this particular task to procure these items for and in behalf of the agencies. And true to our task as PSDBM, the different agencies, DSWD, Department of Labor, DOH, NLRC, LTO, DOTR, even all the LGUs were able to procure these masks.
So would you say, Mr. Chair, that among all the agencies of the government, it is PSDBM is one of those agencies that is experienced enough for procurement, correct?
Yes po. Our office by itself, not just the employees, but the institution itself is designed primarily for procurement.
To procure. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, PSDBM is an agency of the government designed for procurement. Vis-a-vis, for example, in the DOH, may sarili silang Bids and Awards Committee. But these people are not experts when it comes to procurement. It is, in fact, LGUs always ask PSDBM or GPPB when it comes to problems, when it comes to procurement. Kaya ho ibinigay ng DOH sa PSDBM because of expediency, dahil mas mabilis. Would you say, Mr. Lau, that it was way faster for PSDBM for procuring these things in comparison to DOH kung sila lang ang nag-procure?
It's not necessarily faster. Ang issue kasi ni DOH is there is a surge of tawag doon, outbreak of the COVID pandemic, and most of the employees of DOH are not hired for the purpose of procurement. They're hired for the purpose of managing medical issues. So, like kung primary trabaho mo is driver, tapos inutusan ka pa na, o sige, bumili ka muna doon, yung trabaho mo na mag-drive, mawawala kasi mawawala ka sa focus. So, pinasa nila sa isang agency which is PSDBM, ang trabaho namin, mamili. So, nung pinasa
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I end, I would like to greet Chairman Mike, advance happy birthday tomorrow. And in relation to the investigation, Chairman Mike, first, on the issue of overpricing, wala, sabi ng COA. In terms of violation of the procurement process via the Bayanihan 1, wala. So, kahit hindi pa ho nag-aano yung committee, parang ako nakapag-drawn ako ng conclusion ko, Chairman Mike. With that, no more further questions. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Acosta. Next to interpolate is the Honorable Franz Castro, ACT Teachers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon sa iyo at sa ating mga colleagues at sa ating pong mga resource person. So, Mr. Chair, paalala ko lang po kasi nung last Friday po, humingi po tayo ng record kay Lincoln Ong noong kanilang yung kanilang mga suppliers, at sinabi niya po na magbibigay siya ngayon. So, pina-follow up ko lang po kasi wala pong dumating yan dyan sa aking email, Mr. Chair. Yung hinihiling po natin, yung...
Lincoln Ong, are you here?
Mr. Chair.
I remember that Congresswoman Castro requested that per transaction, how did you finance it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So you need to give that in black and white to this committee by tomorrow, since you did not give it until today.
Okay po, Mr. Chair. Okay po.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your support. So, una, Mr. Chair, kanina kasi sinasabi ni Mr. Lincoln Ong na dahil may agreement sila sa gobyerno, hindi nila pwedeng i-disclose yung mga quote-unquote na friends ni Michael Yang na hiningan nila ng tulong. Dahil, sige, igalang po natin yung NDA, pero sa tingin ko po, dahil ito po ay public fund, dapat po madi-disclose po dito, no, kung sino-sino yung, yung sinasabing friends. So, tanungin ko na lang po si Mr. Yang, Michael Yang, Mr. Chair, dahil hindi naman siya siguro covered nitong NDA na to, can I ask the Mr. Yang, Mr. Chair, through his interpreter, who are these friends na sinasabi ni Mr. Yang? Pwede bang sabihin sa committee ito, sino itong mga friends na ito na nagtulong-tulong para tulungan ang family?
Mr. Michael.
Hello, Chairman.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, can you just repeat lang yung question?
The question is, who are your friends who help finance? Can you name them?
他在问你能说你是哪几个朋友帮他们垫付吗？
我中国有几个朋友，一个叫金堆，一个叫淼淼，一个叫曾千红，一个叫做西什么林，
金队淼淼
啊，
金队淼淼，
这个了是，
这个不是他垫付。
就对，
垫付淼淼，
要说这些帮他们介绍，也帮他们垫付给这找厂家也帮垫付的。
So, Mr. Chair, the answer to the question is yung nag-finance, isa is si Chen Ren, isang Jin Tuan, isang Miao Miao.
一个千红，
千红 din isa.
Mr. Chair, para sa ano no, para kapaliwanagan ko po, hindi ko rin maintindihan. So, sino itong tinutukoy na ito? Ito ba yung mga pangalan ng kanyang mga friends?
Ito po yung mga pangalan, yes, Mr. Chair, ito po yung mga pangalan ng mga friends niya sa China po. Chinese names po.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I request that it can be provided written sa atin para mas maintindihan po natin. Kasi ako po...
Mr. Yang, please email to the committee. Please provide through your lawyer or to us directly the copy of the names of those who help finance. Corporation names or individual names. Please give to us by Wednesday.
名字或者公司名字给他。
你告诉这个可以，我问中国的可以，我就会报。
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll inform the other party then po.
因为这句告诉人家生意人也会就不要说了，告诉我问一下嘛。
Okay, we'll coordinate with the other party first for their privacy then po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair, no. Salamat po sa tulong ninyo. Curious lang po ako, Mr. Chair, no. Ilang taon na ba si Mr. Yang dito sa Pilipinas? Is he a Chinese citizen na pure or Filipino-Chinese? Ilang taon na ba siya dito sa Pilipinas? Mr. Chair, can I ask him? I'm sorry for the kasi po yung communication,
Please answer, Mr. Yang. How young are you, Mr. Yang?
I know how long he is in the Philippines. So 21 years ba yan? Siya ba ay Filipino citizen or what?
在这边99年来22年。
Okay, Mr. Chair, Mr. Yang has been in the Philippines since 1999, approximately 22 years na po. Nandito quotes.
So 22 years. So are you a Filipino Chinese?
Yeah, Chinese national po.
这边常住。这边的
Hindi siya Filipino Chinese.
中国。
中国, hindi po.
Okay, so 21. So nakatira siya sa Davao. So ibig sabihin, inappoint siya ni President Duterte as economic political advisor na Chinese. Chinese si Mr. Yang, tama ba? Interpreter. Tama? Chinese?
Yes
But
po.
you were appointed by the president as as economic advisor for how long?
Nag-end po ng 2018. So mga a year or so.
So can we get the definite Mr. Chair, can we get the definite time frame where Mr. Yang have been appointed as economic advisor by President Duterte?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes, what's the point of order? GS Marcoleta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to know the purpose why our dear colleague is asking for documents that would prove whether or not
Mr. Chair, tinatanong ko po ito, Mr. Chair,
Excuse me, please. It's still my...
I hope hindi po hindi po mawawala yan sa time ko, yung tanong ni DS Marcoleta, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I am guided by the rules of our committee, considering the long time that I have worked with this committee. You have always advocated that we will do this. Even the questioning should be germane and consistent with the trajectory and the object of our inquiry. The inquiry is about the COA report of 2020 as it relates to the DOH fund as transferred to PSDVM. I think, with all due respect, the questions are already beyond the directions to which this investigation is supposed to go, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So may I answer, Mr. Chair?
Yes, your time is
Okay.
starting again.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Tinatanong ko lang po ito dahil related po ito doon sa mga nakuha ko pong mga information based doon sa Senate, doon sa Senate hearing. At maganda pong ma-establish natin dito na wala pong wala pong mga hocus-pocus. Wala pong wala pong ibig sabihin natin dito kalokohan na nangyari dito sa pag-ano po natin nung ating pagbili ng anumang materials natin para sa pandemya. And related po ito, Mr. Chair, bakit kanina naman po si DS nagtanong siya tungkol sa PRC? Doon sa tungkol sa mga testing sa PRC na hindi naman ito related din dito, Mr. Chair.
May I qualify that, Mr. Chair? I did that because I took advantage of the situation. Before I left out, I made sure that I will not forget what am I supposed to ask the difference. And I asked the permission from the chair that if I can only ask a few questions because I did not want to forget that, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed, Congresswoman Franz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pero nag-rule po kayo, no? Dapat yung mga hindi related ay hindi rin itatanong. Pero bakit yung mga tanong ko kay Mr. Yang ay sinasabing hindi related dito? But anyway, Mr. Chair,
nagawa niyo na yung point niyo.
Can I proceed? Can I proceed?
Opo.
Okay. Ang tanong ko po ay kay yung president po ng Pharmally, si Wang Chuyen, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Wang Chuyen.
Yes,
So,
President.
you can answer me yes or no. Do you think you have the capacity to supply the needed requirements by by that time no April and March? Do you think you have the capacity to supply masks and other supplies needed by our hospital and everything? So that time, do you think you have the capacity?
Mr. Chairman, the truth is we did supply in every single transactions without the use of any advance payments from the government. And the truth is we
Yes.
supplied.
Okay, so yes or no? Do you have the capacity? Just say.
Yes, we have the capacity to
Okay.
supply.
In the Senate hearing, you said since we are not able to finance these things and we are really needed to do that so that we can give we cannot be blacklisted. So you said that Mr. Yang lend you money. So by that time, you said in the Senate hearing, I just wish to state on record that we did receive Mr. Yang's help. We borrowed money from him. So are you confirming that statement in the Senate, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman, I think as for any business entities, it's not shameful to ask for help when they're
Mr.
for
Chair,
any.
I just want pasensya na kayo, mahina ako talaga dito sa mga pangalang in-check. I just like Mr. Wang Chuyen to confirm it or not to confirm that statement, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I confirm my statements in the Senate hearing. But as I've said,
So no need to no need to explain, Mr. Chair. Just gusto ko lang malaman, Mr. Chair, kung kino-confirm niya to. So how can you say now that you are capable to supply or to provide our country that needed supplies that time? When you say you asked the help of Mr. Yang and you borrowed money from Mr. Yang, and Mr. Yang confirmed that there are friends who really lend you that money.
Mr. Chairman, if I may reply, I think the capability to supply for any businesses is not just in the monetary assets you have. Yeah, we have seen so many startups, that came from nothing, but eventually were able to supply. And to put it at a very blank view, the corporation may not have had the money or financial capability, but there was resources and our abilities to negotiate for resources on the supply side so that we may successfully deliver any of these transactions before any single fund was received. Therefore, we really have to reject that we use public funds to do the business. What we really did is worked hard to negotiate with the suppliers, to negotiate with possible people to help us on the supplies so that we can successfully deliver. I think that is very important to say that we never use a single cent of the government's money to do all this. What we use is our abilities to negotiate and to seek help from the supply side managers, to seek help from perhaps financial sites so that we can complete these deals. That is very
Okay,
important.
thank you, Mr. Huang. I already heard that. Okay, so yun lang po, malinaw po, Mr. Chair, no? Sa umpisa pa lang, wala talagang kakayahan itong Parmali na ito na mag-supply. At tinulungan ito ni Michael Yang para makakuha ng ng ganito kalaking kontrata sa ating gobyerno. At parang nakakalungkot lang, Mr. Chair, kung hindi natin talagang nakita yung kapasidad nitong Parmali na ito, umpisa pa lang ng pag-aano natin ng contract with them ay talagang nakakalungkot. So last question na lang, Mr. Chair, kay Leong. Mr. Chair, kay Deputy Ombudsman, kay Deputy Ombudsman Leong. Last question ko na po yan, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm present.
Yeah, thank you po, Mr. Chair. Sa bayanihan law, sabi mo, exempted from procurement. Lahat ng mga related laws. Nabasa ko rin naman po yan. So ano po? Yeah. Yung public bidding. RA 9184. So ano sa tingin ninyo po yung mga related na mga laws dito? So suspended din ba ang anti-graft law dito at saka yung Money Laundering Act? Dito sa bayanihan 1?
I cannot speculate on that, Your Honor, because I was referring to the procurement itself. So when I was saying that, I did not go into the criminal aspects of the law because we were procuring pursuant to Bayanihan 1. When I said that it's exempted from RA 9184 and other relevant laws, it means that procurement related aspects of laws, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So malinaw na sinasabi ni Mr. Yang na hindi suspended yung anti-graft law, Money Laundering Act. Dahil procurement ay ginawa using the emergency powers na tanging kapangyarihan lang ni Presidente Duterte. May pananagutan ba siya kung may paglabag sa batas? Last question na yan, Mr. Leong. Kasi dito sa Bayanihan 1, ibinigay natin yung lahat ng kapangyarihan kay President Duterte para mag-procure ng mga kinakailangan natin para wag mamatay yung ating mga kababayan that time. So masasabi niyo ba na nagamit ni President Duterte yung lahat ng kapangyarihan niya by that time? At hindi siya mananagot dito sa Anti-Graft and Corruption Law at saka Money Laundering Act.
Your Honor,
yun na lang po, Mr. Chair. Thank you po.
We followed Bayanihan 1, so I don't think there's any problem with respect to the procurement po.
Okay. So yan lang po, Mr. Chair, bagamat hindi niya sinagot yung tanong ko po.
Thank you, Congresswoman Franz. Next to interpolate is Congressman Joe Jimenez of the 1st District of Zamboanga City.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, we hear you. We hear you, Mayor.
Salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to my dear colleagues and sa mga bisita natin. First, let me begin with a few manifestation. Hindi pa tanong ito, Mr. Chairman, but a few manifestation. I recall when the President spoke about requesting that the Philippine Red Cross be audited, ang sagot agad at that time was that hindi siya saklaw ng audit ng Commission on Audit dahil hindi siya ahensya ng gobyerno. But at that time already, Mr. Chairman, personally, I felt na there is reason to audit or pwedeng i-audit ang Philippine Red Cross. Why? Because there are government funds na binibigay sa Red Cross natin. And surely because of that, dapat kasama sa audit ito para makita rin natin how the funds are being used. I hope I will not be accused of bias here, Mr. Chairman, pero I'm just raising this issue because my attention was called when DS Marcoleta stated on the record kanina ilang bilyon ng pondo ng gobyerno natin ang napupunta sa Philippine Red Cross. So that's my first manifestation. Mukhang hindi rin tama na sagutin natin ng presidente na hindi siya saklaw ng audit ang Philippine Red Cross. Kasi nga po, pumapasok din naman ang pondo ng gobyerno natin, whether from the national or from the local government. Manifestation number 2, on our second hearing, Mr. Chairman, we are one, I think, it's safe to say this, we are one into agreement na as far as pricing and procurement is concerned, wala hong issue dito. Walang overprice. Ito paulit-ulit sinasabi dito sa atin, even by the Commission on Audit. At yung issue naman tungkol dun sa paid-up capital, na ang unang paid-up capital, when the company entered into a contract with the government, their paid-up capital was only 625,000. And they bag, according to the news reports, they bag an 8 billion transaction with the government. So is that an issue? Well, to me, Mr. Chairman, as long as na-deliver, na-comply, nagawa ng kumpanya ang dapat nilang i-deliver sa gobyerno, which in this case, yung mga face mask, yung mga PPEs, hindi na po siguro maging malaking issue kung bakit maliit lang po ang paid-up capital nila at that time. Especially so when the Bayanihan Act 1, this is a law approved by both houses, by the Senate and by the lower house, na napakalinaw po doon na binibigyan ng exemption ng presidente from the government procurement law. And let me go to the issue, Mr. Chairman. Kaya nga sabi ko at the last hearing, kung may ebidensya lang sana, maganda na sana i-file na lang sa ombudsman ang kaso kung may ebidensya man o kung may gustong mag-file ng kaso. Kasi po, that to me also will be a test kung ano bang naging epekto ng Bayanihan Act 1 law. A special law at that fact, pero napakalawak ng epekto nito sa atin. So, there are issues right now, there are concerns being raised right now. Bakit nangyaring ganun? And ang sagot lang natin is that even as far as the procurement law is concerned,
paano ko mag-interpolate?
It was subject to an exemption from the government procurement law. Which brings me to the question, Mr. Chairman. To the Commission on Audit, I'll have a question to the Commission on Audit. There are calls right now to call for a special audit sa usap ito. May I ask may background lang po tayo para maliit. Mr. Chairman, audible pa ba ako?
Yes. Please proceed.
Yes, to the Commission on Audit po. I just want to ask po, there are calls being made right now for a special audit. Assuming that will be done, there is reason to do that. How long do you think, sir, will it take for the Commission on Audit to conduct the special audit?
Mr. Chairman, depende po yun dun sa magiging scope ng special audit. Because if it will include verification of all deliveries, you have to remember you're talking about close to 30 billion that has been delivered or supposedly has been delivered to DOH offices, hospitals, and the like all over the country. So kung kasama po lahat yon, medyo matatagalan talaga yung process kung ganun. No? So it depends on the scope. There was a request made during our budget hearing to look into the pharmacy contracts. Ngayon, kung limited po doon, maybe it won't take us long dahil nga you're looking at only several types of several contracts. The biggest problem would be yung sa deliveries if sa-subject pa yung sa special audit. Medyo mahirap yon, not only because of the volume and the geographical locations, but also because there are also mobility restrictions, no? So depende pa po. I think there's a team that's looking into ano ang i-focus nila doon sa audit na yon.
Sir, let's say limited po, limited ang scope ng special audit. Mga ilang buwan ho will it take? I'm asking this question which I'll explain later on kung bakit po. How long will it take for a limited scope special audit?
Yeah. It's really hard to estimate, pero siguro normally ang hinihingi nila dyan would be about 60 to 90 days.
60 for a limited scope. Pero kung sabihin naman natin na yung kabubuan ng transaction, it will take more than 90 days.
Yes, if you're talking say about the 42 billion, or actually if you include 2021, 48 billion na yung na-transfer sa PSDBM. No? If you include that, matagal po talaga yun. Because just as an example, yung Malampaya Fund, years po yan. At saka hanggang ngayon hindi pa tapos kasi maraming aspeto yon. There are some partial reports that have been released, but not all the reports have been released so far.
Well, I'm asking this question, sir, because kagaya nga nung opening statement ng chairman natin ng Good Government, si Chairman Mike Aglipay, when he spoke about some hearings conducted na nagkaroon ng epekto sa mga ilang personalidad in relation to the elections at the time na hinaharap natin. So ako lang naman is I'm raising this concern to be fair with everybody, especially now by next month filing na ng certificate of candidacies, then by May of next year magkakaroon na ng election. Siguro na just to be fair lang siguro po sa mga involved dito sa transaction na to, I just hope na hindi siya magiging issue o a hearing is conducted for the reasons because of the election po. So precisely we're asking gaano katagal ang special audit so that the sooner na we'll be coming up with the truth, maganda po. This will be fair to everybody. Napaka-unfair lang din naman to some people that diretso na ang issue that may corruption sa issue na to. But if you look at it, sinasabi naman ng COA, walang overpricing. Paulit-ulit natin dapat sabihin to sa taong bayan, wala namang issue ng overpricing, wala namang issue sa procurement, wala namang nilabag na batas. So sana lang should a special audit be made for that purpose, magawa na sa tamang panahon, mailabas yung report say before the election para hindi naman siya magiging issue for the election. Pero we would like to avoid a situation kung saan, for example, an issue na tinalakay sa isang hearing, may mga epekto sa mga ilang naging kandidato, but after the election, makikita natin, yung palang ni-raise during the hearing, wala naman palang ebidensya. But the person involved already faced the consequences, naapektuhan na siya for that election at that time kung kailan ginawa ang hearing. So, I just hope, especially doon sa issue naman ng ghost delivery, lilinaw po ito once the special audit will be made for that purpose. Pero alam naman natin lahat, this is ang mga transactions na to was during the start of the pandemic. Napakaiba ng sitwasyon na yun. Even some of the government offices were closed. Would you imagine how do you think kung sarado yung mga opisina natin, if our government officials and employees hindi sila nakapunta sa opisina nila?
Congressman po.
Yes po. Yes, and makikita natin ang epekto talaga sa kabubuan ng mga trabaho ng ahensya ng gobyerno natin. So, second point, I feel this is important not only to the national government but including to the local government units concerned. Another question to the Commission on Audit. As an offshoot, for example, of the Bayanihan 1 or as a result of the effects of COVID-19, especially beginning March of 2020, may mga COA circulars ba, Commission on Audit circulars ba na issue po governing yung mga transactions, not only limited to the national government but even to the local government units. Was there any peculiar circulars issued for that matter, sir?
Meron po, but these are internal guidelines. These are meant as instructions to the auditors in doing their work. No? So may guidelines po sila which are based on all the laws that were effective during that period. As you know, yung Bayanihan Act was only for a particular period, Bayanihan 1, no? And then you had Bayanihan 2. So yun po, they were all put together into internal guidelines. And together with that, naglabas po ako ng parang notes to remind them, first of all, na nasa pandemya pa tayo, we're still in a state of emergency. Secondly, to remind them also that sometimes some rules that apply in normal situations don't always apply in abnormal situations. And number 3, to use a combination of course, what's found in the law and the guidelines, experience, gaya po ng pagbili po ng masks, for example, sila rin siguro may experience sila kung gaano kamahal nila nabili. So they should use that. The test of reasonableness under the situation. Obviously, if you're talking about March 2020, medyo nagpapanik ang mga tao because we were dealing with an unknown. But then, of course, if you go to September of 2020, as you know, medyo nag-stabilize ang mga presyo, bumagsak na. So that should also be considered. And lastly, of course, common sense. So yun po. Meron po kami, we were prepared naman for this. Na, you know, we know it's a state of emergency. We know people were panicking at certain point in time. And so, yun, nagbigay naman po kami ng instructions to auditors on how to go about doing the audit of COVID-related expenditures.
Yes, sir. Just to be official na lang siguro po, I hope you're willing to share with us yung mga so-called reminders ninyo to the committee po, yung mga official documents nito for our perusal also po. And perhaps it will guide also the committee once we'll be coming up with the recommendations after this hearing po. Is that okay with you, sir?
Yeah, I don't think it will be a problem, sir.
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
Chairman.
So, yun lang po, Mr. Chairman, and it's our second hearing. Like I said, yung issue naman po ng overpricing, alleged overpricing, and hindi daw sumunod sa batas ng procurement law, nagiging mas malinaw po sa atin sa committee na ito na wala hong ganong pangyayari. So I hope that will be clear to our people. Siguro later on, Mr. Chairman, in my next round, depende po as we go along kung anong pa yung mga itatanong natin. But again, thank you to the Commission on Audit.
Thank you, Mayor Joe Jovenes. I would like to ask before proceeding to the next interpellator, our last interpellator for the first round. Is Ms. Mago here? Quizzy Grace Mago. Ms. Mago?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Are you here?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Sa hearing ng Senate, yung mga pinapakitang text ni Senator G. sa Hontiveros na parang nagte-text ka doon sa tiga DBMPS, hindi nila alam na magdi-deliver kayo. Bakit naging ganon?
Mr. Chairman, to be very honest, I cannot confirm na yung text message na yon because I recently changed my phone kasi po nasira yung phone na gamit ko at that time. So it's hard for me to confirm or deny po yung text message na pinost ni Senator Risa Hontiveros.
Pero nag-advance delivery kayo without the knowledge of the DBMPS? Nagpapadala kayo doon sa warehouse nila?
Mr. Chairman, let me just explain that I am an employee of Pharmaly Pharmaceutical Corporation and I will always take instructions or orders from our management po.
So, hindi, yes or no lang. Nagde-deliver ba kayo without the knowledge of DBMPS?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Next sa BIR, Commissioner Dulay. Commissioner Dulay, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honors and the honorable members of the committee. I'm Attorney Larry Barcelo, Your Honor, from the Legal Service. Commissioner Dulay returned to his office to attend to some important official functions at the moment, Your Honor. But I can answer the questions, Your Honor.
Regarding ito, kaya mong sagutin?
What's the question po, Your Honor?
Yung mga 8 billion procurement, na inadmit nila they did 8 billion contracts from 2020 to 2021. Binabawasan ba sila ng withholding tax?
Yes, Your Honor. If the procuring entity is the government.
Yes, government.
Procurement is procurement of goods or services. There's a withholding tax, Your Honor. For procurement of goods, that's 2%. And for the procurement of services, I think that's 1%, Your Honor, withholding tax.
So 2% in this case kasi goods.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And there's also withholding of value-added tax. Goods is 1%, no? And services is 2%. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Goods is 1%. Yung value-added tax, kanong wini-withhold?
Value-added tax, Your Honor, is 5%.
So in the transaction, magkano ni-withhold sa Parmali? May record kayo na remit ba nila? Na-remit ba ng DBMPS yung mga withhold sa Parmali? Please answer.
Your Honor, we will check with our records, Your Honor. But
okay, please give me records in endorsed to the committee secretariat yung withhold taxes ng DBM sa kanila. How much for 2020 and how much for 2021? Give me the record by Thursday to the committee secretariat, attorney.
Your Honor, we would like to manifest, Your Honor, about the records, taxpayers' information records, Your Honor. I would like to manifest that under Section 270 of the tax code that is confidential, Your Honor.
Yes, this will not be under the authority of Congress. This will not be divulged to the public or those not members of this committee. It will be taken under confidential manner.
Yes, Your Honor.
In part of our report, we will just like to see if they are paying their taxes.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll just to add, Your Honor, that there's actually an exception under Section 20A of the tax code, no, where we can provide taxpayers information, and that is when the committee is sitting in executive session, Your Honor.
Yes, we are seeking it in executive session. We are requiring it under executive session, meaning it only goes to limited members of the committee. And it will not be divulged in the committee report. It will be potentially.
We will provide, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, attorney. Next to interpolate is Honorable Ron Salo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes. This is a continuation of my line of questioning last time. For Ian, under RA 11469 or the Bayanihan Law, Mr. Chair, klaro po yung nakasulat po doon under Section 4 na ang requirement lang po talaga na o parameters na binabanggit po ng Bayanihan Law is that the procurement of the following, yung mga binabanggit din po natin na mga goods and services should be procured in the most expeditious manner as exemptions of RA 9184, wherein it has been elucidated by all our speakers or resource persons based on the questionings paulit-ulit ng mga nagtatanong pa ngayon na klaro po na ito po yung existing na an applicable law when this particular procurement or procurement were undertaken. Ngayon, klaro rin po na paulit-ulit natin tinatanong doon sa concern po natin with respect to the price on the process. Mayroon bang doon sa price ba mataas ba o mababa, at lumalabas po average, consistent doon sa more pangailangan din, at the same time doon sa mga deliveries ng ibang mga suppliers itong Pharmally. Ang tanong doon sa process, did they comply with the process required under the law? And of course, the process as was elucidated a while ago by Deputy Ombudsman Warren, klaro po yun na iba't tatlong klase yun. May RA 9184, tapos may exemptions on emergency purchases under the RA 9184. At the same time, may purchases pursuant to the Bayanihan Law. And binabanggit din po nila that there's a supplementary guidelines issued by the GPPB at yun din po yung ginamit. So klaro po yun, Mr. Chair. But at the same time, klaro rin na hindi naman ibig sabihin po na dahil may RA 91, may Bayanihan Law, ay hindi na po tayo gagamit po ng mga other existing laws. Specifically, with respect to Republic Act RA 3019 o the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, as well as dun sa RA 6713, na ito rin po yung binabanggit po ng ibang mga nagtatanong. So specifically, Mr. Chair, to dispel any doubts, para klaro rin po at alam din po natin at malalaman din po ng lahat na nanonood ngayon ng publiko, I'll confront the resource persons now, specifically asking them dito po sa binabanggit po ng Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, as well as the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials Employees. Sapagkat ang sinasabi po sa Section 1, Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, it is the policy of the Philippine government in line with the principle that the public office is a public trust to repress certain acts of public officers and private persons alike which constitute graft or corrupt practices act which may lead thereto. So, tatanungin ko po ngayon specifically sina Yusek Lloyd Lau, si Deputy Ombudsman Warren Leong, tsaka si Director Jonas o Joshua Laurel. May I just inquire kung si Director Joshua Laurel was already part of PSDBM when this particular transaction were undertaken? Mr. Chair?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I believe Mr. Joshua Laure is not available for this hearing.
Sino pong, so kayo po ba ang
yes,
Director Jolas Brutas?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Director for Operations of PSDBM.
Were you part of the PSDBM who undertook this particular procurement for the government?
Not yet, Mr. Chair. I assumed my position this year only.
Sino po sa inyo ang part ng process?
I believe the former director for the procurement is here. For the Deputy Ombudsman, Attorney Warren Leong is here.
And
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I was with PSDBM when they procured Bayanihan 1.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. And also, so dalawa lang po yung tatanungin ko, Mr. Chair, in that regard. So ang tanong ko po dito, sapagkat binabanggit po under Section 3, na paulit-ulit po na binabanggit din ng mga ibang mga nagtatanong sa inyo, pero kaklaruhin ko na lang po in this particular instance, and isa-isahin ko para maging klaro rin po sa publiko at kayo mismo, sa inyo mismo manggagaling, kung mayroon bang nalabag na anything in this particular section, na ito rin po ang ini-implement po ng Ombudsman ngayon. Under Section 3, anong sabi niya dito? Corrupt practices of public officers. In addition to acts or omissions of public officers already penalized by existing law, the following shall constitute corrupt practices of any public officer and are hereby declared to be unlawful. So, una, si Deputy Ombudsman Warren, did you persuade, induce, or influence any other public official to perform an act constituting a violation of rules and regulations duly promulgated by competent authority, or an offense in connection with your official duties as director then, or allowed yourself to be persuaded, induced, or influenced to commit any violation or offense in relation to this procurement?
No, Your Honor. I was not induced, neither did I induce anyone.
Thank you. How about you, Yusek Lau? Did you?
Same answer, Mr. Chairman. I did not induce, neither was I induced by any person, Mr. Chairman.
Ang second item, Section B, ang babasahin ko lang naman po yung relevant sa inyong case. directly or indirectly requesting or receiving any gift, present, share, percentage, or benefit for yourself or for any other person in connection with any contract or transaction between the government, in this particular regard the transaction, and any other part wherein you, as public officer in your official capacity, has to intervene under the law. Nag-request ba kayo o binigyan ba kayo ng any gift or any present, share, percentage, or anything of value in relation to this transaction, Deputy Ombudsman?
Hindi po. Hindi po, Mr. Chairman. Hindi po, Your Honor.
How about you, Yusek Lau?
None, Mr. Chairman.
Third, did you cause any undue injury to the government or gave formally any unwarranted benefits, advantage, or preference in the discharge of your administrative official duties through manifest partiality, evident bad faith, or gross inexcusable negligence? Did you, Deputy Ombudsman?
No, Mr. Chairman. We did not.
How about you, Yusek Lau?
No, Mr. Chairman. I did not, Mr. Chairman.
So you did not cause any undue injury to the government. There was no injury caused to the government with the procurement of this particular goods and services or goods, supplies from Farmally.
None, Mr. Chairman.
No, Mr.
Did you
Chairman.
enter on behalf of the government into any contract or transaction? In this particular case, this particular transaction, are these considered was manifestly or grossly disadvantageous to the government?
No, Mr. Chairman. Actually, everything we did was to the advantage of the government, Mr. Chairman.
How about you, Deputy Ombudsman?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Everything we did was to the advantage of the government, Your Honor. We needed those items and we needed to act fast, Mr. Chairman.
So you're categorically saying here that you did not cause any disadvantage to the government in the procurement of these goods from Farmally.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Last item under this particular Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, did you directly or indirectly have financing or pecuniary interest in the business of Farmally?
I have no interest in the business of Farmally, Your Honor. I do not know them.
None, Mr. Chairman.
So, doon sa tanong din nung nakaraan, may tumawag ba sa inyo? May nagsabi ba sa inyo na dapat ibigay dito sa Farmally o engage sila na maging supplier ng gobyerno, Deputy Ombudsman?
Wala po sa akin, Mr. Chairman. Wala po.
How about you, Yusek Lau?
None, Mr. Chairman.
Pupunta naman po tayo dito sa Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees. Ang binabanggitin po dito, that every public official and employee shall observe the following as standards of personal conduct in the discharge and execution of official duties. At isa pong pinabanggit po dito is commitment to public interest. Public officials and employees shall always uphold the public interest over and above personal interest. All government resources and powers of your respective offices must be employed and used efficiently, effectively, honestly, and economically, particularly to avoid wastage in public funds and revenues. What do you think of this particular provision, Deputy Ombudsman? Did you perform your functions in consideration of your commitment to public interest?
Yes, Your Honor. We upheld public interest, Your Honor. In fact, at that time, we were direct contacts at least twice, Your Honor. So when the country was under complete lockdown, Your Honor, we were serving our fellow citizens, Your Honor, by procuring urgently needed items despite us being direct contacts, Your Honors. And may mga comorbidity pa yung namin, Your Honor. Bumili pa rin po kami dahil kinakailangan po, Your Honor. Mr. Chair.
Can you honestly say, Deputy Ombudsman, that you perform your functions efficiently, effectively, honestly, and economically as required by this law?
Yes, Your Honor. I can honestly say that.
How about you, Yusek Lau? Can you honestly say that you are committed to promote public interest in all your actions in your transaction with Farmally?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I confirm that. In fact, during my short stint in public service since 2016 to 2020, It was in 2020 that I reported 6 days a week, together with a lot of PSDBM employees, just to make sure that we always deliver what is needed for the government and the frontliners, Mr. Chairman. And every transaction we had with any agent, any supplier, especially the focus of this investigation, which is formally, we always take into consideration the best interest of the Philippine government.
Can you honestly say, Mr. Yusiklao, that you efficiently, effectively, and honestly and economically perform your functions for the interest of the government and the public?
Yes, Mr. Chair, in the affirmative, Mr. Chair.
Under Section 7 of Republic Act 6713, these are the prohibited acts and transactions. It also states that in addition to acts and omissions of public officials and employees now prescribed in the Constitution existing laws, the following shall constitute prohibited acts and transactions of any public official and employee and are hereby declared to be unlawful. Financial and material interest. Tinanong ko na po ito kanina, pero because this is a separate law, so babanggitin ko rin. Public officials and employees shall not directly or indirectly have any financial or material interest in any transaction requiring the approval of your office. Deputy Ombudsman, did you directly or indirectly have any financial or material interest or gains in this particular transaction?
Wala po, Sir Chairman.
How about you, Yusiklao? Did you?
None, Mr. Chairman.
And panguli, pinagbabawal din yung solicitation or acceptance of gifts. Public officials and employees shall not solicit or accept directly or indirectly. So directly, of course, madali naman yun kasi malalaman natin yun kung binigay po sa inyo. But indirectly, ang tanong dito, baka may pinabigay sa ibang tao. Maring hindi sa inyo, pero indirectly, pinigay sa kamag-anak ninyo, sino man na appointees ninyo. Nasasabi dito, public officials and employees shall not solicit or accept directly or indirectly any gift, gratuity, favor, entertainment, including entertainment. Baka nagkaroon ng happy-happy muna bago ibigay yung transaction, bago pinirmahan. Loan or anything of monetary value from any person in the course of official duty or in connection with this particular transaction. Can you honestly say, Deputy Ombudsman, that you did not receive anything or solicit anything on your behalf of yourself or on behalf of others?
Opo, Mr. Chairman, wala po. Wala pong interest na binigay sa atin indirectly or directly po.
How about you, Yusiklao?
Same answer, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your answers. Siguro ang tatanungin ko rin po dito, Mr. Chair, yung president po ng formally, in as much as these particular laws apply also to those in the private.
Wang Shuyen. His answer.
Wang Yu Chuyen.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm present.
So this particular law, Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, equally apply to private people, not only those people in the government. So because you have a transaction with the government, so in as much as isa sa mga issues that are being mentioned now, that there was possible corruption. So tatanungin ko po kayo, and you may answer directly, did you persuade, induce, or influence any official, whether PSDBM or anyone, to perform an act constituting a violation of the rules and regulations, including perhaps dito yung to make sure that this particular award will be given to you?
No, Mr. Chairman, I did not influence anybody in this matter.
Did you offer any gift, present, share, percentage, or benefit to the people that you transacted with?
No, Mr. Chairman, we did not provide any form of gifts or in a way.
Or any percentage or share from your company?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Or any form of entertainment?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Did you cause any undue injury in this particular regard to the government because of the fact that you transacted with the government? Was there any undue injury caused to the government?
No, Mr. Chairman. I believe we always offered the best price offer that we can proceed, and it's to my attention that our price has always been the lowest in this regard.
Could you honestly say that this transaction that you entered with the government was not disadvantageous or grossly disadvantageous to the government?
No, Mr. Chairman, it is not disadvantageous to the government, in my opinion.
Did you offer any interest or in your business to the people that you transacted with?
No, Mr. Chairman, we did not offer any kind of any of that.
So can you honestly say that you did not induce any public official to commit any of the offenses defined as I mentioned previously?
No, Mr. Chairman, we did not do any of those.
Thank you, Mr. Huang Chuyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Klaro naman po na binabanggit ko po kanina, malinaw po, Mr. Chair, na itong mga batas na ito, despite bayanihan po yung ginagamit po natin, applicable po ito. But, klaro rin po dito, in order for this particular law to apply, dapat yung elements that are being mentioned here should be present. And no less than the resource persons, Mr. Chair, ang tinanong po natin at kinonfront po natin, and we understand and we believe that they are under oath nung sinabi po nila yung kailang mga sagot. At klaro po, lumalabas po, Mr. Chair, yes, maring babanggitin po ng mga iba na ito ay nag-apply. Totoo po yun, nag-apply itong mga batas po nito. Subalit, ibang katanungan, iba ring usapin kung meron bang paglabag na naganap o nangyari sa pagitan po ng formally at ng gobyerno dahil po sa transaction pong ito. Subalit, lumalabas po, Mr. Chair, klaro rin po that there was no corrupt practices of public officers based on the questioning or that we undertook or we made with respect to the persons involved. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to ask my questions.
Thank you, Congressman Salon. First round is over. Next to interpolate for the second round is Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. You have the floor, sir.
Salamat po, Mr. Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have a few questions to the Chairman of Parmali, Mr. Huang.
Yes, Present, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Huang Chu, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
You are a businessman, Mr. Huang.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And I'd like to believe that young as you are adept in making decisions in order that your business will succeed. Is my assumption correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I always do my best in this.
When you offered to help supply the needed medical supplies of our country, specifically during April and May 2020, did you realize that at that time, most countries and most people are scampering, even quarreling to get the needed medical supplies to address the pandemic?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think with COVID that happened at the end of 2019, I think everywhere around the world there was a scarcity in the supplies. And when we saw that the situation, the COVID unfortunately has come to the Philippines in March in 2020, we saw that as there will be a wide scarcity in the supply as well. So we, me and my corporate officers together, we looked out actively from all countries to supply this.
Thank you. And as a businessman, you realize that every business probably in relation to the supply of medical equipment or supplies needed to address the pandemic, we are experiencing what we call a seller's market. Do you understand that?
Yes, definitely. In the months of March and April, there was definitely a huge imbalance to the seller's market, where whoever has the supplies will be advantageous in this kind of negotiations.
Yes, because a seller's market is a condition where there are more buyers than sellers.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Do you confirm that?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And it so happened because of the scarcity of supply, we were quite lucky that we were able to get from Parmali at the time those supplies are most needed. Is it correct?
Mr. Chairman, as a local corporation, Parmali Pharmaceutical Corporation, really put the supply of the Philippines as a top priority in that respect. There was a lot of requests for the supplies elsewhere as well, but I thought as a duly local corporation, we need to address this supply by the government of the Philippines as a priority.
Yes, and at that time, you know that our requirement for these medical supplies is huge enough that a company like yours will always rely on your friends, on your linkages, on your contacts, so that you will be able to honor your contract to the government. Is that correct?
Yes, we never denied that we are a small company, and to make good of our obligations to the government, we would have to use all our resources on the supply side so that we can meet the obligation, so that we can be rightfully compensated and not be blacklisted in any of these transactions.
Yes. And is it unusual for a company, a relatively new and small company, to ask help from friends? Is it unusual?
I believe that is really what we wanted to do. We just want to make good of our obligations, and we did not feel any shameful to ask for helps to deliver, because these things are critically needed to help with the battle of COVID. So we did not think there's any in that manner. So we did ask for helps to supply for these things.
So actually what you are saying is it is not wrong to ask help, because that is the legitimate thing to do if a huge supply is to be delivered to the government of the Philippines. And if at the time you needed help and you asked the help of some people, you did not consider that entirely wrong, because that is supposed to be done by a legitimate company like yours. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think we in context, regardless of how big or how small companies, every company asks for help from financial institutions, from suppliers, and especially in the case of a small company like us, we really seek the help to make good of these contractual obligations, definitely.
Sometimes you need to go to banks. We call that financial leverage. Sometimes you go to friends, even personal friends, if that is what it takes in order to honor and comply with your contract with the government. Is that not correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So instead of congratulating you, what happened is you are being condemned because you ask help from your friends. But the records stand. You were able to supply the much needed medical equipment and supplies that my country needed at the time they are supposed to be there. Because nobody except Parmali was able to supply. What do you feel? What do you feel?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we really needed any congratulations. I think as a company, what we really wanted, besides, of course, to do business, is also to help out the situation. I have to tell you, when the first Senate hearing came out and then all this mass news, all these allegations about the company, I felt very disheartened, because my staff, especially Grisel Margo, was actually in the fields. We could have did nothing, stayed at home, but my staff was in the fields, in the customs, in the warehouse, delivering these things exactly on time, so that they can reach the government and to those people in need. So I felt very bad that we are branded as such. We don't need any recommendations or things. We just want to make good of what we did. And so I just felt a bit emotional at that point in time. But if there's any clarification, of course, we are willing to cooperate to clarify. But we just did our part. I think that's the main answer I want to give. We did our part, whether indirectly, to help with the COVID situation, I believe.
Thank you for that answer. You did not need any congratulations, but I think you have expected, at the very least, that our people should at least be grateful to what you did.
Mr. Chairman, no grateful is necessary. I think as a good citizen of anywhere should help out, to help people in need, and to provide these equipments at a very timely and efficient manner, very responsiveness. I think that's what we all need to do, and because everybody felt the need to get access to all these masks or PPEs, and it is precisely that if at such a time we choose to buy from, if we only choose to buy from big players, with regard of how responsive it can be, then it cannot be. But of course, I also have to salute corporations like the EMS. They took the effort to rebrand their factories to locally manufacture. Everybody played a part. I do not want to say we only did the only part, but we just did what we can in this regard. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Chairman.
for your answer, Mr. Wang. I just needed that I ask these questions to you because many people would say that you were treated unfairly because no matter how you tried. Of course, this committee recognizes the fact that you were the ones who was able to supply the much needed materials, pandemic materials that we needed in April and May. And that is for the record. Some suppliers made or helped us, but that was already another story because they came in June, July, probably when the supply is already there. But at the time these supplies are most needed, the record shows that you were the only one who was able to supply. And now you're being treated as if that you did something wrong in this country. It was the reverse. That is why I'm asking this question so that it can be explained to the public, to the Filipino people, what really happened in this particular instance. Thank you very much, Mr. Wang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I now direct my questions to COA. Good afternoon, Chairman Mike of COA.
Good afternoon po.
Chairman Mike, nagkaroon lang naman ng pagdinig tungkol sa bagay nito dahil dun sa inyong COA report. Specifically, ito pong fund transfer na ginawa ng DOH to PS-DBM. Ito po yung 42.4 billion pesos which was tagged as deficient by COA. Ito po yung nakasulat fund transfer, documentary deficiencies, and unliquidated balances. Let us unpack this, Mr. Chair. When you said fund transfer, documentary deficiencies, what did we exactly mean by that?
Mr. Chairman, I think what the auditor meant was there was no documentation to reflect the arrangement between DOH and PS-DBM, especially considering the amount that was being transferred.
So you are referring to the Memorandum of Agreement, which is a requirement under your own circular 94-013. Am I correct in referring to that?
Yes, although I don't think it's just a requirement in the COA circular. I think it's also a requirement in, I'm not sure if it's a GPPB issuance or even in 9184 itself. I'm not very clear lang. Pero alam po, hindi lang po sa circular yon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But what is very clear is that even if we refer to certain GPPB requirements, Bayanihan 1 is very clear that if any order, any rules, or regulations will become inconsistent with this law, meaning Bayanihan law will prevail. Is that not correct?
If it is inconsistent with Bayanihan 1, then that would be correct.
Yes, sir. That is exactly what happened. Because nobody should be able to invoke other laws, other rules or orders if they become inconsistent. Somebody is insisting that they should have done this. They should have qualified the capitalization of the supplier. They should have submitted these documents. they should have submitted certifications as to the qualifications and criminal records, if any, of the stockholders, of the suppliers. Bayanihan 1 did not require all this, Mr. Kowa, Chair. Is that correct?
If you look at Bayanihan 1, what it said was that the President is authorized. The President is authorized to undertake procurement in the most expeditious manner as exemptions from RA 9184 and other relevant issuances.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is precisely what we're trying discussing this. Kasi yung ibang mga sectors, ang sinasabi nila, dapat nag-bidding, dapat nag-produce ng ganito, dapat ipinakita yung ganon. And sabi ng Bayanihan 1, hindi mo na dapat gamitin yan because exempted na doon sa ating Republic Act 9184. So bakit po tayo napunta doon sa napakaraming mga pagtatanong? You yourself, Mr. Chair, testified in the Senate at doon ay nakita ko yung portion ng inyong testimony na the prevailing law is Bayanihan 1 and you were even surprised why the PSDBM is still insisted on applying some measures of maybe transparency or accountability, due diligence. Pero hindi naman kailangan nilang gawin yun, Mr. Chair. That is what you tried to explain to the Senate. Pero ang nangyari po, pinipilit nila na merong ghost delivery, merong overpricing, and merong corruption. You yourself, Mr. Chair, went to explain that there was no corruption. Kaya po nung tinanong ko sa inyong assistant nung isang araw, the last time that we heard this, she herself said that there was no overpricing, there is no ghost delivery, and there's no corruption. And I asked her, if that is so, and that is the assessment of COA, bakit naman po nagpapatuloy pa yung pagtatanong ng Senado sa Blue Ribbon Committee? Of course, that was not answered by the COA auditor I asked at the time. Chair Mike, I'd like to ask you as to what is the main function, what is the office, or what is the object of a COA report. Should it be taken as something that is open-ended, that something has to be done? Ano po ba yun para maliwanagan po ng ating mga kababayan?
Mr. Chairman, combination po yun. As I mentioned, I think in a previous hearing in a different committee, if I recall correctly, ang audit report is a requirement of law na kailangan lumabas by June 30 of every year, more or less. And so yun, meron pong deadline yun. And so the findings in the report are as of a certain cut-off date. Dalawa po yung effective lang cut-off date niyan. Yung una is the end of the previous year, which is the year covered by the audit. No? So itong as of December 31, 2020, yan yung lumalabas sa audit reports ngayon ng DOH at saka PSDBM. The second cut-off, of course, is prior to coming out with the report, dahil nga may due process that is undergone, meron pa yung exit conference before the ano. So as of that date, kung ano yung nasubmit, ano yung napaliwanag and all, masasama na po yon. Ngayon, yung hindi pa mapaliwanag, hindi pa nasasubmit, babanggitin lang ng auditor yon na yun nga, at this point, hindi pa po nasasubmit yung wala pang sinasubmit na ganito or so on sa ganyan. So depende po sa findings. May mga findings dyan na hindi na open-ended, tapos na. Meron findings rin doon na open-ended ba, gaya ng ibang findings doon sa DOH. In fact, nakapag-submit na po ang DOH ng action plan doon sa mga recommendations at ito'y ini-evaluate ngayon ng audit team tungkol doon sa compliance issues and the like po. So, yun po yung ano, may cut-off po kasi yan, kaya hindi mo naman talaga pwedeng sabihin na final ang lahat ng nakasulat doon sa report. Some things are final, some things hindi pa po.
Mr. Kubo Chair, the fact that the very basis of the motu proprio investigation in the Senate is the 2020 COA report. So, ang ibig sabihin po nito, ito po ang pinagbabasihan nila. Ang nangyari po kasi nung kayo'y dumalo ulit sa kanila, I think it was in papers and it was printed. Ang sabi po rito, you were asked to repeat your remarks. You remember you appeared before us earlier this week, and before you beg off, you made something like, or you did say that there is no findings of overpricing and so on and so forth. I mean, to that effect. And then later in the day, it was quoted in the papers that in the report you said like this: in the report of PSDBM, there were no findings of overprice. But this was because the state auditor's observations were limited to the management of the inventories. Mr. Co-Chair, this qualification gave some speculations. It provided some speculations as if you insinuated that something is not complete in the report, as you were explaining. Was that particular statement indicated, or did that particular statement of yours, a qualifying statement, indicate even a shadow of corruption or overpricing or ghost delivery, which the Senate Duribon Committee can continue to pound on?
Mr. Chairman, yeah,
because it provided a very negative inference. It is as if that the COA report is limited. Tingnan po niyo yung sinabi niyo rito. But this was because the state's auditors' observation were limited to the management of inventories. So it is as if that it is open-ended. Kung hindi po ninyo ma-qualify ito, magkakaroon po talaga ng problema. There will be a likelihood of two houses of Congress investigating the same COA report but ending up with different output, a different result. So we would like to hope that COA should be more effective in communicating your report in a manner that it should have not only certainty but with clarity. Ano po ang ibig niyong sabihin doon na the state auditor's observations were limited to the management of inventories?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yeah, what I meant to say there was that in the report, ang findings lang nila were on inventory management. There were no findings of overprice. Yun lang po ang sinasabi doon. Ang nakita nila...
It furnished the idea that there is something more. It furnished the idea that probably corruption is there because you were limited only to the management of inventories. The COA report should at least be able to clarify that there was none. Ano po yung saysay ng COA report kung sasabihin lang natin that you were limited only to one section, but in other section there could have been overpricing? Because that was the message. That was the message that you gave when you testified again in the Senate.
I don't think so, Your Honor, Mr.
So
Chairman.
can you make yourself very clear in so far as the report or this statement that you gave to the Senate?
Like I said, if you read the report will say that there were problems with inventory management. There is no mention at all of overpricing in the report. Now, that speaks for itself kung ano po ang ibig sabihin nun because, like I said, yun lang ang nakita ng auditors at the time they came out with the report. Yun lang ang nakita nila, that there was a problem with inventory management. In fact, the inventory management pertained to the supplies that were purchased by PSDBM using its own funds. It did not refer to the 42 billion or so that was transferred from DOH to PSBBM to procure supplies. Yung observation na yun only pertain to the PSBBM acquired for their, which they acquired with their own funds, the supplies that PSBBM acquired using their own funds for purposes of their virtual store. Ito, I think, yung pinapaliwanag na kanina na pinagkukunan ng mga ibang ahensya, including actually DOH in certain instances.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. COA Chair. But may I ask if COA is in a position to pass judgment on the inventory management of the Department of Health?
Of the Department of Health?
Because they're the ones continuously procuring the medical supplies that we need. And of course, that is on a continuing basis. If COA would insist that it should liquidate the pending procurement, then it will delay the entire process. The question is, would the COA in a better position to judge the kind of procurement system on even the volume or even the frequency? That is the entire question, because you are already passing judgment on the mechanism that a particular department can adopt insofar as those budgets are concerned in order to address a public emergency. We are not in ordinary time. We are not in an ordinary situation, Mr. COA Chair. We are addressing a pandemic, and the law is very clear. So were you in a position to judge the kind of procurement under a condition of public health emergency?
Mr. Chairman, there's no question about the procurement that was done. Wala pong issue na ni-raise doon. When it comes to inventory management, this is just the observation na may mga inventories na hindi na gumagalaw because at the time na kukunin sana ng mga ibang ahensya, mas mahal na yung binibenta ng PSDBM kaysa doon sa available sa market. This was around September 2020 onwards. Yun lang po yung finding. There's nothing about the DOH supplies which I would presume ginagamit yon. Kaya nga continuous ang kanilang ano. In fact, with respect to itong inventory management observation, according to PSBBM, na ubos na nila yung stocks as of June 30 of this year. They already submitted the report to the auditors about that.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Chair. The reason why I am belaboring this issue, because you may recall that in your 2017 COA report on DepEd, you specifically pointed out the areas where corruption is quite prevalent. For example, in your 2017 COA report on DepEd, you precisely indicated that 99% lapse in the physical target in the delivery of information communication technology packages to the schools. You noted that 77,000 schools in the whole country were unable to receive their packages. As a matter of fact, you even mentioned 4 suppliers of DepEd which should have been automatically disqualified under Section 34.3 of the IRR of 9184. But you see, in that particular report, you did specify the possible areas of corruption. And they're not only deficiencies of inventories, but you did indicate areas of corruption. Can you imagine 77,000 schools and the budget is 10 billion pesos between fiscal year 2015 and 2017. But you will note that the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee did not even bother to even ask you what happened in the particular report. Samantalang dito, Mr. Chair, you did not even indicate the name of Farmally, you did not even mention the name of Michael Yang or whoever is now being examined and investigated in the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee. That is why We believe, Mr. Chair, that your report, whether you like it or not, is being politicized. They can be weaponized by people. Kaya ito po yung gusto namin sanang ipakiusap sa inyo. We should present it with more clarity and definiteness. When you said that it's only about inventory management, it should be like that. It should be, wala na sana yung qualifications like you. We only look on this side. We did not look at the other side because it furnishes additional idea na baka meron kayong hindi tinignan. Ito po yung nangyari kaya nagkagulo-gulo na po. In the likelihood of different perceptions and in the likelihood of different sets of investigation like what we are doing now, both houses are investigating the same COA report. But in the likelihood, probably we will be producing different results. Mr. COA Auditor. Last question po. Are you familiar with the term strawman fallacy or strawman argument?
No, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman.
I am referring to this term, Mr. Chair Mike, because the COA report is subject matter of the COA, of the investigation in the Senate as well as in the House of Representatives. This is the basis why we are doing an investigation. What is a strawman argument? I don't think that they saw something wrong in your report because you perfectly qualified that your report did not mention ghost delivery. It did not mention overpricing, and you yourself explained that there is no corruption. But precisely they cannot attack your report. They can only weaponize it. What did they do? They erected a strawman. Ito ang binugbog na nilang binugbog. Sino ang strawman dito, Mr. Chair? Parmali. Ano naman ang connection po ninyo ng report ninyo sa Parmali? Kagaya po ng tinatanong namin kanina, on record, it was only Parmali was able to supply the much needed medical supplies and kits that our people needed at that time. There is no question. Tinitingnan po nila whether meron silang capacity, sinusuyod nila, bababa naman ang capitalization nyo. But for the record, they are the only ones who supplied the most needed supplies to us. Tingnan po ninyo yung ginagawa nila. So binubugbog po nila yung strawman. They distorted. Okay? They provided a temporary punching bag. Ganun po yun. And that is now a fallacy. Yun po yung gusto namin ipaliwanag. And we hope, Chair Mike, people will not be confused. Kasi po ang nangyayari, they cannot attack your report. Your report is complete. Your report is categorically, I would say, complete insofar as our investigation is concerned. Wala po sa report ninyo ang problema. It is the way they weaponize it. Is it the way? It is the way they politicize it. This is the sad situation that we are in, Mr. Chair. Kaya ang pakiusap namin sa inyo, if we can be more definitive, if we can be more, if we can present the report with more clarity, and it can be communicated effectively in order that you can probably be the tool for continuity, for coherence, for cooperation, because these three elements are the ones that can rationalize the normative relations between the elected officials and our bureaucracy. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman D.S. Marcoleta. As there are no other members who listed to interpolate, are there any matters that the committee wishes to take up? As there are no other matters, is there any motion to adjourn?
Adjourn.
Okay, D.S. Marcoleta, thank you. Before we adjourn, may I remind the resource persons to comply with the requested submission and to take note of suggestions, recommendations of members. We will follow up these matters through our committee secretariat. And also, our next meeting is on September 27, 11 a.m. to give this 1 week for our secretaries and government officials to focus on the pandemic. The meeting is now adjourned. Maraming salamat po sa inyong kooperasyon at partisipasyon sa pagdinig na ito. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Salamat po. Salamat po. Thank you po, Sir Bong Suntay, Sir Agabas, Sir Jimenez, Sir GP, Sir Ron Salo. Thank you, mga secretary, DOH, DBM, and all others here.
Boss, happy birthday! Boss Mike, happy birthday. Wala siya.